Ready or not?
Here we come.
Here we go. So what did one hat say to the other hat?
I don't know. What did one hat say to the other hat?
You ain't here. I'm going to go on ahead.
Oh, my God.
Better go on ahead with the show quickly.
So welcome everyone to the Underground Sound. Episode 39. We're almost hitting our dirty 40, as it were. So, well, it's technically dirty 30, but we've gone and passed our dirty 30. So I don't know. We're like over the hill coming up soon here on the on episode 40. But today is episode 39, and first and foremost, I would like to thank our show sponsor, Nathan Brashear of Monsters Are Real, for sponsoring the show. Thank you, Brother Nathan, as always, for sponsoring the show. And please do visit monstersarerealmusic.com and check out Nathan's body of work there. And Nathan's going to have a new music video coming out soon. We've been in talks, and I'm probably going to throw that thing together for Nathan as well. So do visit, once again, monstersarerealmusic.com. I assure you, you're not going to be disappointed, because Nathan's got a great body of work, and he's a great storyteller. His music is absolutely fantastic. If you visit some of the stuff in the Underground Sound library here, and I'm telling you, I don't know why I don't have the camera just yet. But I've been talking about it for a few shows here already, and I definitely do need that. So you see what's going on with the gentleman here as I'm doing the intros and how they're trying to distract me. So let me just put my hands like right over here. and go on with the show. And of course, please do visit the video description below and find all of these fantastic indie musicians that we're going to review today. Not only will you find links to the musicians that are going to be reviewed today, but you'll also find links to link up with Smart Monkey, Mr. Carlos Fandango, and myself. So that way you can get in touch with us, whether you wanted to a direct submission or like to request a review for your song. And if you would like to do that as well, please do visit usundergroundsound.com. I will have many updates posted within this week. I promise you that. I've been working very diligently on getting a lot of radio promo stuff going, and our radio station will be up very shortly, hopefully next week. Gentlemen, this question mark?
Yes. Yeah. It's in progress.
Yeah, I've made some lists.
You
I'll
made
try.
a list.
Yeah, but it's all in the preparation of the planning. So,
all right. Well, I am DJ X Tech, and with me, as always, is Carlos Fandango and the gentleman known as Smart Monkey. Together, we are putting the us back into music.
So please do like, subscribe, and share, and we'll find the music that you love to hear.
and of course, I don't like to ask. I feel like I'm imposing, but please do click on the little bell icon, because then you get all the uploads from whenever Tom uploads any new videos of Underground Sound. And I do feel like I'm imposing, so sorry about that, but please do it. Please do it, because it's great, it's exciting, and it's wonderful, and you won't regret it.
Carlos Fandango over there, a little more tipsy today than usual. So
a little more creepy, I think.
A little bit creepy.
Don't please touch my bell.
Please. Oh man,
Touch my bell end. Make it go ding-a-ling. So basically, just tinkle the little bell, and you won't regret it, because you'll find new music. We play 10 brand new independent music artist songs every week. What could possibly go wrong?
11 at times.
Oh yeah.
With our direct submissions there. So let's see. Here we go. This day in music. Not too much going on in music history, but I would like to share a couple of birthdays here. So 1926. We just had an interview with Andrew Brown, who was also a jazz musician and a trumpeter. So 1926 on this day.
He's aged well then, isn't he?
Miles Davis was born. So, Miles Davis, a happy birthday to you. 1948, on this day in history, Stevie Nicks. I'm pretty sure at this point, maybe it could be a household name, Stevie Nicks, and everybody should know, I think personally, who Stevie Nicks is. In 1949, celebrating a birthday on this day, Hank Williams Jr. In 1964, born on this day, a gentleman known as Lenny Kravitz. And our very own Spunky Monkey, I got to say, born this day in 1967. I hope I got the year right because I just did extrapolating math. Our Spunky Monkey, Mr. Rob, Mr. Smart Monkey, happy birthday to you, sir.
Yeah, happy birthday to you. Happy
birthday, Mr. Monkey.
Happy birthday, dear Smart Monkey. Happy birthday to you.
21st as well, 21st birthday.
And of course, because I only found out about it the other day and don't have your address, so I can't send you anything just yet, but have got this lovely bottle of spiced rum liqueur, and it's sort of, I don't know, it's gone
They
down.
don't fill them up like they used to, do
I
they?
think it's got a bit of a leak, so I better use it up before it leaks too much.
If I find that I receive a full bottle of it, I'll be very suspicious.
Yeah, I might top it up later. Recycle it.
On my part here, I got you this pint of beer, which I shall drink on your behalf.
Oh, that's okay, because it didn't look like beer.
Well, it kind of looks a little bit of piss water. But to our own Spunky Monkey, the Smart Monkey, Mr. Rob here. Cheers to you, my friend. A very, very happy birthday, and thank you for joining us on the show, for crying out loud on your birthday.
Gents, thank you.
Cheers and happy birthday to you, sir.
Yeah, cheers.
good of
Happy
you.
birthday. Good health, sir. Well, I'll tell you what, when we all get together in the summertime and do our show together in person, I'll make sure I get you a card and a present and bring it along then.
Yes, we shall have proper gifts at that point. Yes.
Oh, I'm emotional.
Yeah,
that's
don't get too emotional because they
Yeah,
might be crappy
that's
gifts.
over. It's done.
Don't get
Funny, I
excited.
wiped it and it was gone.
They may be pretty shit gifts, so yeah, don't.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Don't get too emotional. But speaking of emotion, and speaking of emotion, and if there's anything to get emotional about today, unfortunately, we're not really celebrating a death here, but we are going to talk about one. One Miss Tina Turner has died, and so to Miss Tina Turner and to her camp and her family, we definitely send our condolences through. And to Tina Turner, once again, thank you for the music.
Yeah, absolutely. Here to that. And that was my dad's favorite, actually, Tina Turner. Absolutely loved her. So he was very sad. I was sad too. I mean, for me, my probably three favorite songs I love. Actually, River Deep Mountain High is good, obviously, and it's a great song, classic. Baby Get It On, I recommend that from her album Acid Queen. You've got Nutbush City Limits, obviously, a funky, groovy rock classic, and also Delilah's Power. Not many people seem to know that one, but that's an awesome song, almost on par with Nutbush City Limits. So Delilah's Power, check it out. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Tina. Indeed, I do remember as a child with my mom blasting Tina Turner's music, and it's definitely something that's been a part of my childhood, and something that's definitely, in retrospect, thinking about it, is something that's helped me grow as a musician as well. And yeah, so I can say is just thank you, Tina Turner, for the music once again. Cheers to everybody who's celebrating a birthday, and cheers to once again Tina Turner's camp over there. And so. Anything else that I need? I feel like I'm missing something, but I always feel like I'm missing something here. Take a deep breath.
The first song, the music.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's what it is. So, moving on to our track number one here, a band that I've heard before. Obviously, I do believe that we've had them on the show before. Is the Chimps of the Future with a song called Waterwitch. What do we got going on, Carlos Fandango?
Well, I feel like we haven't had them. I don't remember having the Chimps of the Future, but I may
It's
be
the
wrong.
monkeys, isn't it? It's the fact you got a monkey on the show, got Chimps.
Yeah, we've got the monkey of the now and the Chimps of the future.
Yeah, it's this monkey element, which is always cool. these guys are cool straight away because they're part of the family.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
part of the extended family over there for the show. No, I feel like I've heard this name before. So maybe we have had them on the show, or maybe I had listened to them just kind of like on my own accord, just kind of like trolling through slaps or through some music that I may have been looking for myself. But we have a song called Waterwitch, and what do we got going on here?
So the Chimps of the Future are from Lancaster, California, USA. Influences include just two listed as Iggy Pop and David Bowie, so that's a good start. And this one, I believe, was called Waterwitch. They've all got some.
I literally just did that.
Yeah, but it's. I'm trying to introduce it. It says this is the second song from the band. It's about a witch that lives in a canal, who is sort of cool. The witch, not the canal. And it says the comments on slaps include fun song, good bass tone here in the intro, feels kind of punky, low key, I like it, groovy vibes, cool tune from my class, and I put catchy and hooky chorus among other things. So see what you think. It's a short and sweet song, interesting starter, bit of a different show starter this time.
How do you know that the canal's not cool?
Yeah, I was going to say
it probably is. Probably cold more than cool.
Well, in California, maybe especially, but here we go. So the Chimps of the Future, akin to the Smart Monkey family here, with a song called Waterwitch, available also on...
Say what a bitch.
What a bitch.
I think I did say that. So Waterwitch, the Chimps of the Future, also available on Spotify, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Let's check it out. Well, I said a Waterwitch. Yeah, sound like a good song right there for a show opener. The Chimps of the Future. Mr. Smart Monkey, you know more about chimps than we do. So, what have you got to say about the song?
Yeah, it was quite a groovy start, I thought. Oh, I just made myself laugh, which is always bad, isn't it? Really. I just made that up on the fly as well. That ooh joke. But anyway, yeah, I got like sort of real retro US punk vibes from this. So it's like the US punk is always a little bit more refined than that kind of like rawness of the UK punk. So did we say that Iggy Pop was one of his influences? Because I got a bit of Iggy Pop from there and the Stooges, the early sort of Iggy. What are you tapping on?
No, because I saw Carl mouthing the words yes, but his microphone wasn't on. So
It's on now.
Tapping on the window. And they're like,
yeah, exactly. Tap tap tap. Turn your microphone on.
But yeah, I really quite like those. Well, I do like that kind of American punk. There's almost like two different styles of punk, and you've got UK punk, very raw, very bit more aggressive. I find UK punk almost, and then you've got US punk, which is it's still almost more dancey and more friendly and warm in its energy when you get to US punk. But and I really like those woos in there because I love all that side of things. Those little touches like that, the woo, it's all a bit fun, isn't it? So as a punk track goes, and it is a sort of punk track, I find it good fun, good opener, yeah, enjoyable, very enjoyable.
I think that the US kind of like punk has been kind of like recoined as ska. And maybe it traveled from there. But Carlos Fandango, what do you think, sir?
So it's certainly got lots of energy. I think it's a bit punky, but in the sort of New York Dolls early American punk, and again the Stooges, of course, that sort of sound very much in there. But it also meets a bit of the 60s garage band and psychedelic sort of feel as well. So you've got a little bit of that, just that general rawness of that kind of music of that era, and I really like it. I like it's very catchy and earwormy. It stays in your head. Tom, you were singing it when you came back to the seat, the chair, the hot seat, and yeah, basically, I mean, that's the sort of thing that's really good. Is something that stays in your head first time when you've heard it. Waterwitch, all that kind of thing. That wasn't quite right, but it stays in your head, and that's good. That's a good thing to have if you've got that in your music.
Actually, one of the other things that I found quite interesting was they almost sound English in their vocals, and they're not, are they? Where are they from?
Los Angeles. No. What did I say? Los Angeles, California, somewhere California, wasn't it?
You did say somewhere California. Let me let me go back here and check this one out here. So
yeah, it was
Lancaster, California. So I'll take a look at Google where Lancaster, California is.
It's really interesting because they managed to pull off an almost English, very English sounding vocal, and yet it has a very US feel punk vibe to it. And that really messed with my head for a little while because I was like, where are they from? Because it sounds like they're from England. And yeah, it's interesting.
Well, I mean, they could be. People do relocate. So Lancaster looks to be about, where's the legend here? It looks to be about maybe an hour and a half north of the actual city of Los Angeles, as it were.
Monkey, you didn't think of that, did you, with your monkey brain? Didn't think of that with your monkey brain, did you? They might have relocated from England. See, Tom's clever. Yeah, no monkey.
Well, I mean,
no, I mean, you won't catch many monkeys relocating. We tend to just hug the same tree.
Our good friend Jay Quincy relocated from England to Nashville, Tennessee. So so people do move.
Can I move?
So,
listen, I'm coming over. It's sunnier over there. It's cold over in the UK.
Oh, it is.
Right, that's it. I'm going US.
No. Oh, it's just Florida's absolutely miserable right now. We're starting to get into our summertime thing. So we got thunderstorms, and if I cut off, obviously we'll get the show going. It'll be completely seamless to everybody, but it may take a little while for us and the boys here to get back on track. But I really like this one because it has this 90s rock vibe to it. I was really thinking when I was listening to it, I was thinking of the Violent Femmes. The Violent Femmes kind of had like this rocky, punky vibe to them back in the day, and they were a very cool band, and but it does definitely have more of a punk vibe. It has that raw guitar and that raw vocal to it. Doesn't, even though okay, if you think of a professionally produced rock track, the automation is going to be there and everything's going to be there. But if you think of a professionally produced punk track, then everything's going to sound a little bit raw. And I love the addition of the guitar solo in there. So I really think that overall this was a good song. Not to mention that the singer's voice was definitely kind of like concurrent with the music. It sounded really good. So I got to say, a great show opener overall. I mean, it really fits with the times, it fits with the genre, and it'll work back from the 90s until today to the 60s. And because if you told me that this is, once again, we've talked about this before, but if you told me that this was like one of the lost tracks from one of the punk bands from the past, I would definitely believe you, but also with the modern touch to it, I would definitely believe you if you told me it was the Violent Femmes, for example. So I did. I enjoyed it very, very, very thoroughly. So great track opener for us here on the Underground Sound. Please do visit the video description below and find a link to that artist if you like them, and make that song your own. So moving on to track number 2 here, we got Kent Olsson, Weight of Betrayal. Carlos Fandango.
Yeah, I've only just noticed actually, because I thought Kent Olsson, I don't know, Kent could be a female or male name surely, but I just assumed because it's got a female vocal that it was Kent Olsson was the artist. My world's just turned upside down because I've just read the bio, and the actual song features Eirlys McLeod. So Eirlys McLeod, McLeod, if you need to look her up as well. So who is Kent Olsson? Kent Olsson is from Västerås in Sweden. Kent writes music for film, theatre, games and events. He finds inspiration from Bach, Mahler, Bartok and other classical composers, but also film music composers such as John Williams and Alan Silvestri. This particular song, Weight of Betrayal, hasn't had lots and lots of comments and lots of plays, but 3 people have saved it so far out of 34 plays. It says, astounding work, uplifting, melancholic, and the vocals sound awesome. Very lovely voice. I put solid construction and more. And somebody's put, well, this is gorgeous out the gate. So I disguised the word cleverly there.
Yes. A whole bunch of symbols and subtext to it. So this is gorgeous out the gate. Yeah, and I do like that. So let's see. Kent Olsson here. Weight of Betrayal posted 1 month ago. 12 fire, 3 saves, 34 plays. About to be the 35th here on the Underground Sound. Let's check it out.
Delusions pain, my tears will fall, rising strong and standing tall. From the ashes I will rise. Strength and courage is my disguise. Moving on. Pain and heartache, fire burns in my heart. I feel the strength and might return. Your beam of shine will be turned into night. Your price you will lose. tend to find shattered pieces I'll mend and heal, embracing life with newfound zeal, you know. Pain and heartache, fire burns in my heart. I feel the strength and might return. Your beam of shine will be turned into night. Your price, you will lose your bright light. Darkness of shadows consumes your heart as the weight of betrayal breaks us both apart. The weight of betrayal broke us both apart.
Well, yowza, I gotta say, let's see. Oh boy, before I get into my comments, I was about to start off on my little tangent here, but I'm the last to speak. Mr. Smart Monkey.
Well, this for me was seriously impressive. I'm not gonna lie. I really was a bit blown away by it. So there are a couple of little things that I'll say about it, but I'll leave them to the end. I want to start with the positives, because this track feels like it could have been pulled straight out of a musical like The Greatest Showman. It is so epic in its like construction, and it really pulls off all of those elements. Aerolith's McLeod's vocals, who I had picked up was a different singer when I first heard it, and I think Kent tends to work with her quite a lot, and I can understand why, because her vocals are absolutely beautiful. She is such a talented singer. And then when you add to that what is obviously Kent's orchestration behind it and his understanding of what makes an epic track, this is really, it's one of those sort of tracks that makes your hair stand on end. For me, I don't know about anybody else, but I love, as we know, I'm very much a soundtrack person. I'm very much a fan of those sorts of style of epic music, and this is bang on. And this would easily sit on a movie, and a big movie, and it could easily sit on a stylish TV series. I'd say stylish because it is that good a quality. I wouldn't want to see it put on any old trash. There are some production issues there. They're very minor, and they're quite common on this very big epic piece of music. So where the orchestration really sort of kicks in, I found it was clipping a little bit. And I also found the sibilants on her vocals were a little bit, they needed a little bit of honing in. So you're hearing a little bit too much of the S's and the T's to just sort of maybe master them in a little bit. But this is bang on. And I can tell you now, if this doesn't make one of my top three, the other three that are going to come in are going to be damn impressive if this doesn't make my top three, because this has seriously impressed me.
Very strong words right there. And I got to say, aside from the little bits of automation issues here, Carlos Fandango, what do you think?
Well, okay. So I agree with everything Rob said there. I mean, basically, it is, I've written down that it's a very much a sort of musical type of number in terms of the composition. I mean, it's a proper composer's song composition. The vocals themselves could come straight out of the theatre show. So Lyse definitely is the sort of singer that every word is clear as well, which is really nice to hear. There's no affectations, particularly in the singing. It's just very natural vocal. But the song itself is the sort of one that's very sort of emotional, bittersweet, kind of torch song, breakup song. And it's quite underplayed as well. It's it could be a lot bigger, and imagine someone like Celine Dion covering this. It would be sort of a bit grander and bigger and a bit probably OTT. Whereas this is a subtle recording. Yeah, with those exact production issues that Rob mentions aside. But if you think it's the sort of song akin to Josh Groban's "You Raise," was it him that did "You Raise Me Up"? That kind of song. But you could imagine someone like Catherine Jenkins singing this, the new Forces Sweetheart, or Sarah Brightman as well. So very much a show number. But yeah, I agree with Rob. It's going to be one of those that is vying for attention in the top 3 for certain.
Could be. I got to tell you. So the first thing that came into my mind when this song was starting off is there was a movie back in the late 90s with Nicolas Cage and Meg Ryan called City of Angels. I don't know if either of you have seen that movie or not, but this is definitely a song that could fit into that movie very nicely. So Touched by an Angel was, I believe it was Touched by an Angel that was, I don't know if that was a documentary or not. Nope. But the hard hittingness of this, if you've not seen that movie, I'm not going to give any spoilers away. I'm going to try to remember to put a card here. I'm writing it down in my editing notes. That'll take you to the movie, and you could basically listen to that. Brief synopsis is basically Nicolas Cage plays an angel who wants to become a real human because he fell in love with a human woman who happens to be Brian, and it's just absolutely fantastic, right? So everything moves from there, and but we've talked about this before, where this is kind of like also could be a very kind of like Disney-esque soundtrack. So you could picture this in any number of Disney movies, honestly. So with those few production like little hiccups, I'm going to say aside, I'm going to say this is a very solid track, and I agree with both of you gentlemen right now that this is probably a contender for the top 3 of the night. But we still got a lot to go, though. We still have a lot to go here on the Underground Sound with listening to all this fantastic music. But please do visit the video description below if you like the song, then do save it as your own. Show the artist some love here, and with that, I will say that we will move on to our first edition of the Pub Bowl of Destiny.
Oh, indeed, yes. And if you're joining us for the first time, this is about as exciting as it could possibly get, really. I mean, this is as exciting as this show gets. But basically, it's this is the Purple Bowl, so here, and this is full of different categories and genres. And we're going to pick them out, and these are categories and genres that are on slaps.com, a music website for artists sharing their music. So, and we pick out a genre, we play the latest track that's in the genre, and hot off the press, it's all ready to go. And we're sometimes joined by characters like Socky, who of course is happy to try and pick one out for us if possible. So that's if his eyes haven't fallen off by then. So I'm better doing some new eyes.
What happens if he picks his eyes?
Picks his eyes out the bowl.
Yeah. Well,
is that then like Saki chooses?
Yeah, I think that's Socky chooses. We might have to put that in there, actually. We have to put all the characters in there. So we've got Al. I'm going to try and find out Al's actual name as well, because we did ask last week, and we don't actually know Al's name. I think Al wants to keep it a secret. But Socky is called Socky. Well, technically, Socky Jr. So that's just a family thing, isn't it? You're all called Socky. So basically, Socky's going to pick. I'll swish it round. Socky will pick when you say so. Hold on a minute. I'm just going to pull you down a bit.
Oh my god!
Just yeah. Socky is real. It's just that he needs a bit of support. Oh, God.
Socky's prolapsed.
Yes. What is going on with him today? Right. Okay. So you say when, and Socky Picky. Yeah, Socky Picky. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Well, in honor of our Smart Monkey's birthday here, I say that Smart Monkey has both choices for the Purple Ball of Destiny. So Smart Monkey, whenever you're ready.
Such a privilege. Thank you very much. Well, Socky, this is your moment of truth. I'd like you. Oh, bye, Socky.
It's okay. Socky's back. Just needed a bit of support and help. That's all.
He landed in Carlos's lap for a second. That's
He's a bit faint tonight, isn't he? Socky, you okay? You ready to go? Socky, give us a nod if you're ready to go.
Socky ready? Yes. You moved your mouth too many times there, didn't you? That didn't really match up with what you said.
Okay, Socky. Go on, dive in.
Socky dive. That's it. You give it to me. That's it. Okay. Oh, he's all bent now, Socky. Socky bad. Don't take it to heart. I mean, just I'll tell you what. Why don't you just hold that to the camera? That's it. Socky, hold to the camera. That's it. And
Look at that! Oh, look, that's a pretty good birthday treat there, right there.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
It's not getting in focus particularly, but this synth wave and retro synth wave. Wonderful.
Yeah, that's my kind of music. It's my
Yeah,
kind
I
of
think it's
music.
actually Socky's kind of music too. Socky likes synthy. Okay, you go and sit down there.
Socky likes it.
Jesus, he's so scary.
Oh dear, I've got to redo this. This is all going a bit weird. God knows what's going on inside. Oh, it was doubled up, wasn't it? I see what's going wrong now. Okay, Socky's inside. Socky's insides were getting a little bit jumbled up, I think. So, oh, that's better. I wonder what was going on there. Something weird going on now. Now Socky's back to normal and got more of a sort of normalish face.
He looks sad again now. What are you doing to him?
Oh, I don't know what's going on here. Is that better? Can't see.
Well, you need to ask Socky if that's better. It doesn't look like it.
Socky, not good. Sorry.
Socky's insides are bad.
Oh, that's better. I think we've got it sorted now. That's better. It's more smiley now. This is how Socky should be.
Okay.
Oh.
You feel bad.
Oh, I forgot jokes. We're gonna have jokes. Well, this is not a joke, but this is a little sort of, well, not riddle, but sort of. What is dark but made by light? What is dark but made by light?
Shadow.
Oh, you're so good.
Yay!
Birthday boy gets it right. Yay! Oh, by the way, Tom, we better let Birthday Boy win on the, call my bluff. So,
I'll probably still lose, even though you give me a chance. I'll still like,
okay,
the answer's number one, Rob. Oh, smart monkey. Sorry, Rob. Smart
I'll
monkey.
just wink. I'll just.
And I'll still go 3.
Well, you better not say 3 because I'll say 6. A, B, or C.
3.
Is it A, B, or C? 3.
That'd be about right, wouldn't it?
Birthday boy's rights. That's what it is. Patient says, I keep dreaming that I'm covered in gold paint. Doctor says, you've obviously have a guilt complex. Oh dear, that's bad. Son says to his dad, Dad, I think that piece of fish I just ate had a bone in it. And Dad says, are you choking? He says, no, I'm serious.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
What happened when the Granny Smith married the Cox's Pippin? They lived happily ever after. Sorry.
Oh my God, man, these are horrible, man.
Yeah, but it is dad jokes. It is dad jokes.
No, but that's just horrible. Those aren't even like good dad jokes. Like, what did one butt cheek say to the other butt cheek?
I don't know. What did one butt cheek say to the other butt cheek?
Together, we can stop this shit.
Now that's a joke. See.
All right, let's see if we can. What is a twack?
I don't know. Is that anything like a fuck spanner?
You actually get the fuck spanner in there.
So what is a twack?
I don't know.
something a
Like
twain
two
one's
slots?
on. That's not good. You said it, Socky. Sorry about that. Socky said. Oh God! Don't you start as well?
Happy birthday, Rob.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers. This spiced rum liqueur is going down very nicely.
Clearly.
Did you
Let
want
me-
some as well if you want? Nice. Steady on. Don't get drunk.
Yeah, because that's the last thing that we need is a drunk Saki right now, right? So
Yeah. Right, okay.
What I want to see by the end of the show is Socky throwing up.
It's going to be a challenge, but it is doable, I can tell you.
all right.
I've got Tina's chopped vegetable downstairs. I could probably muster something up.
You just rubbing the back of his head. He's like,
I feel bad.
Oh dear.
Oh goodness gracious. Okay. Well, what a way to introduce our Purple Bowl of Destiny contestant here. Jimi Uno with a song called Helios. Says a track from my latest album, Space Synth. It does what it says on the tin and is heavily inspired by the pioneers Jar Van Gogh, Kraftwerk, and Marauder. So, looking a bit more at Jimmy's profile here, his is from Liverpool, I should say, in the UK, and apparently it looks like been recording. Let's see, 2 tape recorders and discovering multi-tracking at a very early age during doing primitive bouncing in the mid 1970s. Mad but true. So far, this really sounds like an interesting profile. Honestly,
yeah.
yeah. So here we go, presenting his screen now. That is Jimi Uno right there from Liverpool, UK. 3 followers, 19 plays with 2 tracks uploaded. Newest track right there is Helios, and I could even backtrack here so that way you guys can see it is the newest track posted on Retro Synthwave here 6 hours ago. Track called Helios. I'm going to say let's jump right into this. Let's check it out. Alrighty. That was Jimi Uno there with a song called Helios. That one is also available on Spotify, so please do visit the video description below if you'd like to check out that song and make it onto your own personal playlist. Oh my goodness, Smart Monkey. I have one particular beef with this song. Let's see if I'm if I'm thinking that you guys are sharing the same beef with me. Smart Monkey, take it away.
Okay, so the only thing that I'm going to be missing here is the production value, because when we hear this by this route first time, we don't get to hear it in its purest form. So can't really comment production wise. Song wise, for me, it's very much, I enjoyed it. So I'm going to start with that first. I really enjoyed it. It very much reminded me of Moroder in its style. Obviously there's elements of Jar and Vangelis in there, but more to me, more specifically Moroder. I think it's the way that he's utilized the synths, and then the way it continually builds and builds and builds, and that's very much that style that Moroder had. You know, kept going more anthemic and more anthemic, because often, you know, there would be like to movies and TV themes and things. So I was definitely getting that. I really enjoyed it, actually. I thought it was a really solid track that very much harks back to all the influences that he lists, and he's done a really good job of it. Like I said, the only thing I can't comment on is production-wise. It just, we're not hearing it in the purest form, so what I'm going to do is that obviously after the show or in a gap somewhere, I'm going to listen to it on its purest form, which is the best way. But there we are. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I should very much reiterate that, for whatever reason it is, I really don't know if it's just the programming software that you use. We use Google Meet here. We've tried to do this show live many times. We've tried a lot of different things, but for whatever reason, the audio issues do arise no matter which way we do this. So I understand Smart Monkey there with what he's saying. The gentleman probably heard this with a bit of a swish, a little bit of an echo, a little bit of a fishbowl effect, whatever the case may be. So it works two ways here. I'm listening to these songs for the first time, all the ones that the gentlemen have heard before. The Purple Bowl of Destiny, we are all listening to the for the first time together. But I hear the Purple Bowl of Destiny quite very clearly. I can punch them out on my monitors, and everything sounds absolutely fantastic. But the gentlemen are obviously hearing a bit of after effect. Maybe it has to do with the distance that it travels. So with keeping that in mind, Carlos, Fandango, and Saki.
Well, I think we both enjoyed that, and the thing is, with that one, I heard the Moroder elements, but I'm sort of very much hearing the sounds of Jar, and also Vangelis, and basically, particularly at the end, there's a really good sort of Vangelis actual sound that he used to use as well. So, all in all, I think I tried to listen to it and sync it up so I could listen to how it actually sounds, but it just sounded a bit worse because it was two songs playing then. But yeah, as Rob says, we can't hear it properly, so I've saved the track and we'll comment on it later, because that's the best way to be, really. I think it's just, I've got to check it out and I've got to follow this guy, because if he's doing Jar, Vangelis, Moroder, Kraftwerk type music, then I'm in. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to get I don't think you want to drink any more, do you, already? I think Toki's already feeling a bit woozy after that sip. But we've done we made a depiction of how it might look. We think if Soki was just being a little bit, unwell as such. So it's obviously everything's gone a bit wonky there. So, but you don't want to see that.
Little bit. He's spewing up a mountain.
I don't know what he's eating.
He's spewing up a mountain, but he still looks pretty happy in that picture too, as he's doing it. So he doesn't really look like he's too much in distress, does he?
Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to think if you can actually sort of replicate that sort of look. Can you replicate that look? Not really. No, it's difficult, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm doing it now.
Yeah. It's sort of like a. Something like that, I don't know. Strange.
I gotta say, I've written down a few notes here. So the beginning of the opening reminded me of an artist that we recently had on the show, well, not recently because we go through these. It seems like we're going through these shows like crazy. Like we're really like knocking them out. I mean, just one per week at this point, right? So Rem with Back to the Future definitely had me thinking of that, like with the initial synthesizer there. I'm a big fan of Rem, and especially that song Back to the Future. It has made it on my personal Spotify playlist there. So yeah, I definitely feel like this could make its way into Blade Runner, or really any kind of like 80s movie, kind of like sci-fi soundtrack there. I think it would work brilliantly. So okay, so 2 issues here. The swoosh, it was all throughout the song. The whole thing was all throughout the song. And I know that the guys haven't heard it yet on their respective headphones or monitors, but it was really going like, so I think that we could have done without that swoosh like going throughout the entire song. So that would be my one beef. The second beef that I would have would be the ebb and flow factor of this, is because it seems like the track builds, and then when it does, it kind of like has a slowdown, and then it goes back to a track, and it really doesn't like it really doesn't have like, let's say like a chorus and a verse, and then like a build to this climax, and then kind of like coming down. It just kind of like it seems like it's arranged just a bit inappropriately. So those would be my only 2 beefs with the song, honestly. Other than that, the track building was pretty cool. The drums. See, I made a note at this, but at the very end of it is that the drums weren't really that prominent. But if I go back to movies that I had seen in the past, like let's say like Total Recall or Blade Runner for that matter, right? Like the drums weren't very prominent in those songs as well. So I just kind of like left a question mark there, was like, should the drums be prominent, right? Should there be a bit more compression on the drums? And I kind of think that for the type of music that this is that maybe not, because this is definitely more of a synthy kind of very futuristic kind of like sci-fi vibe to a song, and we really don't need a lot of compression and automation on the drums themselves. So that's why I kind of left that alone, and that's why I've put it at the very end, because it's really not all too 100% necessary. So I got to say that overall, this song might make it into one of my top 3. We still got a couple of songs to go. Not a couple. We still got 7 songs to go. Right?
Yes, yeah.
8. We still have
8 because we've got the direct submission. That's right. Yeah.
And
So
I do see a name that I remember on track number 4, and track number 4 from this group was just absolutely phenomenal the last time that we listened to it. So I'm just going to say, as far as this song is concerned, with Jimi Uno and the Helios here, I'm going to say great job, nice job, very nice job, very solid song. And I just think keep doing what you're doing, because this is definitely the type of music that holds a place in a lot of people's hearts. And so just keep at it. I liked it. I'm definitely if nothing else really pops, it's definitely going to be one of my top 3 here at bare minimum. So Jimi Uno with Helios right there. Enjoy. Please visit the video description below. Find all the links to all of these fantastic artists that we are reviewing today. And moving on to track number 4, again, a name that I very much recognize is a Vitamin Dream. We talked about the differences between vitamin and vitamin, and we had quite the stir of controversy between vitamin and vitamin as it is. But the last song that I remember very clearly, because once again, this is another song that's on my own personal Spotify playlist, is Another World, Another Planet. This song by Vitamin Dream is called Milky Way. And Carlos Fandango, what can you tell us about the song?
yeah, we better say goodbye to the sock as well, because good night. Your bedtime, is it, Socky? So say goodbye. Goodbye.
It's drunk time for Saki is what it is.
Back to you in the studio, Tom. Oh, shut up. Right, okay. So he's gone now, and
well, I've already made my intro, so back to you in the studio, Carl.
yeah, back to the
Back to you in the studio, Carl.
yeah, I think Socky got it wrong, but I've shut him up now. So
Enjoy a little bit worse for wear, if you ask me.
does seem to be a bit drunk. I think I'll have to be nursing him later.
I don't think that we should take him anywhere with us when we're actually going out.
Nah. So for a multitude of reasons.
I quite like Socky though.
You don't want anyone petting your.
Well, I suppose we could do. They might think I'm absolutely nuts, but well, they'd be right. But I suppose we could take Socky with us.
I think you should.
All right.
Well,
You
it's like
take-
that. Austin, it's like that Austin Powers joke, right? Where he's climbing the ladder with Dr. Evil, and he's like, "I used to think you were crazy, but now I can clearly see you're nuts."
Yeah.
So, vitamin dream. So it says the song's called Milky Way, and it says enjoy your trip to Mars. All we've got is comments saying a retro vibe. Get it, girl. I love that combination between the bass and the voice. Nice. It's a vibe. And I put, interesting. And then I said a few comments afterwards. But I think you will find this interesting. And I'm glad it's on this show that we're playing this one, because obviously you're both electronica dudes. So, and of course, our birthday boy, Smart Monkey, loves electronica. I think he's going to like this one. I hope he's.
Well,
Thank
the last time that we had a Vitamin Dream, it did not disappoint, not in the least bit. Honestly, did it disappoint? It was a very hot song. Once again, if you missed that one, Another World, Another Planet, check out our YouTube channel to see what show that one landed on. I like the way, I know that the waveforms may be deceiving at times, but I really like the way that this waveform is building. It sounds like what it looks like, I should say, is that it looks like there's a build, and then boom, everything just blows up. So if the song is like anything like the waveform looks like, we're going to be in for a super duper treat here, especially with the last song that we actually know of. So here we go. Vitamin Dream, depends on which way you like pronouncing that one, with a song called Milky Way.
The correct way.
Look at the correct way, right?
The correct way, vitamin. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
before you get everybody's hopes up too much, it is quite a short song. So it's about, I don't know, it's 2 minutes long. So in terms of grand scheme of thing, about that long. Over that.
I'm sure you've disappointed many women that way, but anyway,
The song. The song.
Right. With everything aside, here we go. Posted 28 days ago with 59 plays, 18 fire, 2 saves, and I don't know how many shares because they never actually show how many times it's been shared. But so going for the 60th play here on the Underground Sound, we shall say, let's check this out.
I'm walking
I shall say short but sweet there by Vitamin Dream, Milky Way. My goodness, a smart monkey.
Yeah, okay. So this took me back to an era of music, probably when like electronica was really starting to define itself, and you had groups like System 7 and Left Field. I mean, it very much reminded me of Left Field, actually, this track. And you got those female vocals, and they're there to almost they aren't there to be the star of the show, even though they're very much there and prominent. They're there to almost complement the very sort of electronic elements that are going on there. So I really enjoyed it, actually, because it did take me back to an era that we've lost a little bit. And then you got this like violin bit that comes in there as well, and that sort of just draws you back out into, it just takes it back from just being a pure electronic track. So all in all, it was a really good track, and like I say, you don't hear them so often. They're much more produced than that, whereas this is a very simple electronica influence. And so, yeah, I would say it's firmly in that electronica element of it, which often we've gone beyond that into these electronic, much more bigger produced pieces, but this is firmly in that era, and I quite like it. So it took me back to an era that I've forgotten. Liked it.
All right, Carlos Fandango. What say you, sir?
I like this one a lot. It's definitely got that kind of, as Rob says, that sort of early electronica. Well, I say early electronica, early 90s electronica sort of sound, almost Portishead sort of thing going on with the general vibe and feel. The groove of the bass and the drums together is really good. And yeah, there's a lot of nice little details in there, but there's not a lot going on. So it's very minimalist in its approach, in a sort of craft working sort of way, really. But I imagine it as a sort of late night lounge on another planet, or sort of a track. Say you go into Star Wars to Mos Eisley in the cantina, and you go downstairs, and there's another little sort of jazz lounge club down there where people are sort of chilling out with various substances and things, and and there's stuff going on, and you've got this female singer there, and it's that kind of vibe. I think for me, I'm just sort of picturing that, but it definitely feels like space somewhere. It could easily fit in as a sort of track on in a sort of Doctor Who episode where they're in a space cantina type thing. So yeah, very good. I like this one. I said in my comments when I first heard it, I ended up listening 3 or 4 times because I thought, not sure about this, but I ended up listening 3 or 4 times. So there's something in it, and every time I hear it, I like it more. So really good.
I get what you're saying, actually. It's the equivalent of a sci-fi, a futuristic jazz lounge, isn't it?
Exactly that.
Yeah, I get exactly where you're coming from. I like that.
Well, what can I say here? So I'm going to say not as good as Another World, Another Planet. That one really was. That one kind of like stole the show. Whatever episode that we were recording that at, I'm pretty sure that one of the guys will look at that up as I'm speaking about this. But yeah, Another World, Another Planet was definitely another type of song. It really sounded like kind of like professionally produced, and the and everything was going on right there. And so this one of the things that kind of like got to me was there was hissing at the beginning of it. So it was kind of like if you had push record on your old-fashioned tape player and you were recording a song, so there was that little bit of hissing at the beginning. But all in all, I got to say that this one reminded me a bit of Enigma. Had an Enigma vibe to it, and I think we talked about this one song before, where if you recall the original Matrix movie, and oh, actually, it wouldn't have been the original Matrix movie. It would have been the second one. It would have been Matrix Reloaded. So when Morpheus is staying there in the cave, and he's given this huge speech to everybody that lives in Zion, and then everything goes kind of like into this kind of like party scene. Then I could definitely picture kind of like this song being in there. It's a really cool song. It's definitely a bit more down tempo than what the waveform suggests, right? Because the waveform suggests that there's going to be like bam, 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 and it almost looks like it's going to be a really, really clubby track. Not to say that this would be out of place in the club, but it's definitely more soundtrack than club vibe to it. Once again, folks, visit the video description below if you like that song, or if you like any of the other ones that we've been listening to, then and reviewing for that matter. I'm sorry, did you hear?
I was just going to add one more. Excuse me. I was just going to add one more thing. Rob, did you really definitely like that track?
Yes. Why?
Okay.
I think it's what you said. I think.
Okay,
it
well,
is-
that's good. If you really liked it, that'll be your birthday present.
Oh, thanks. Thank you very much. No, I do think it's what you said, though, Carl. And I take Tom's point exactly. Is it a sort of clubby mix? No. Is it sort of a laid-back mix? Yes. Is it futuristic? Yes. Would it be something that we'll be listening to in the future? Possibly. Who knows?
There's a lot that can go into it, right? Because I mean, it's still. I mean, listen. We've talked about like the lo-fi tracks before, right? You know, if you're kind of like listening to the lo-fi stuff to like study or maybe like fall asleep or whatever the case may be, I think that this would work in that category, where as opposed to Another World, Another Planet definitely worked in a different category. So yeah, overall a very enjoyable song, still very much so. And again, commercially viable, absolutely 100%. But as far as that little hissing goes in the beginning, then I think that, you know, with proper automation, you can cut that hissing out. That's the first thing, is just make it sound like a kind of. Yes, sir.
I was just going to say, I just want to add that any royalties for this track now come to Smart Monkey, because Carlos gave it to me as a present. So Vitamin Dream, make sure all the royalties come to.
Well, it's more that it's just that I've given you the tip off for listening to this song. I've helped you discover this song. That's my birthday
No,
present.
you gifted me the song, so now all the rights are mine. So.
Well, I suppose you take
you-
that up with Vitamin Dream.
No. Because here, I have to be the mediator. You did say I'm going to give this one to you as a birthday present.
No, I didn't actually. I said,
Oh yes, you
this
did.
is my birthday present to you.
Exactly.
So, this is a conversation you
That
now
doesn't
need
say
to
I'm
have
giving it
with
to you. I'm just
Vitamin
saying this is
Dream.
my birthday present.
You
I
need
played
to
the
have
song for you. Is that not enough?
You have to have this conversation with Vitamin Dream
But you've
to
not made it.
understand how you get the royalties to me now. Thank you, Carlos. I'm very.
Do you know
pleased.
how many tracks on Slapside to listen to get to that song? I mean, this is, it's cost me a lot of time, hardship, pain, resource,
Oh,
everything.
Believe me, I can tell by the extra gray hair on your beard. I know. Believe me, brother. I totally understand you. But you did give it to Smart Monkey as a present. So Vitamin
okay.
Dream, Smart Monkey is basically. Oh my god. Blah. Vitamin Dream, Carlos Fandango has basically screwed you out of royalties, because now you have to pay royalties to Rob, because Carlos Fandango has gifted the song to Rob. So now if you need to sue anybody, then sue Carlos Fandango. Not that I mean anything. Yeah. It's your fault.
Okay, I'll bring it back. I've ungifted it. Sorry, I'm taking it back. I'll get you a different gift. I'll get you a whole other present. This is my present to you now. Then I shall maybe swing it your way on the Call My Bluff.
Let's go.
Right. Ding, 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 ding. So, welcome to Call My Bluff. And this week, with Worsum, Klosh, and Zerasia, we start the game. The scores and the doors so far this year are Tom 2, Audience 2, Rob 1. The first word tonight in round 1 is pigwife. So it's PIG-wife, W-I-F-E. Pigwife. Is it A, within farming, a derisive term used of an arable farmer by dairy farmers? Is it B, a woman who sold crockery, a pig being a small bowl? Or C, a fishmonger? So is a pigwife A, Within farming, a derisive term used of an arable farmer by dairy farmers. B, a woman who sold crockery, by a pig being a small bowl. Or C, a fishmonger. What do you say to that?
Most definitely B.
Yeah, I'm going with B on this as well.
Right, and audience?
Why did you put that funny face?
Audience, you're going with B as well? Oh, are you sure? Okay, so the answer is B. It is a woman who sold crockery, a pig being a small bowl. So the scores and the doors after round one, we shall continue later, are 1, 1, and 1. 1 all. In other words, in English, 1 all.
One love.
We shall be continuing that just after track 9, where we have an exciting crescendo to the show.
Oh, are we streamlining this again?
Well, it saved about half an hour by the looks of it on the show.
It did save quite a bit of time. My goodness, yeah, we've been going. Yeah, well, okay, well, whatever. I was kind of looking forward to another question, but fine.
Well, oh,
I'm gonna say fuck it. What
all right. As long as we whiz through this quickly, I'm sure we'll be fine.
The omission, Carlos Fandango, is to create intro music.
Well, there's by Laurie Paramore. Actual music, but I don't know if we'll get sued. Ding, 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 ding.
Well, I'm not talking about today.
You mean new music for this?
Yeah, so when we get to this portion of it, we'll be like, welcome to Call My Bluff with Carlos Fandango.
All right, I could try something.
There you go.
I mean, it's not like I haven't got enough to do already. Okay, next one is camp fight. CAMP-fight. FIGHT. Is it A, a legal term for resolving a dispute by staging a duel? B, the mating ritual of a firefly? Or C, wrestling slang for a bout in which one participant throws the fight? So is camp fight A, a legal term for resolving a dispute by staging a duel? B, the mating ritual of a firefly? Or C, wrestling slang for a bout in which one participant throws the fight? What are your thoughts on that one? Speak.
I'm just going to wiggle my eyebrows.
Right, what do you reckon? What's your gut feeling, Mr. Monkey? Oh, you froze.
Which one of us froze them? Because we all froze.
Oh, did we?
No, it could be my internet connection here because I hear rain starting to fall. So could be wreaking a little bit of havoc. So I'm gonna go with D. Can I go with D?
No, afraid not. It's A, B, or C. Wait,
D
go
is
D, but you'll get it wrong, wouldn't you?
Yeah, D is like two monkeys in a knife fight is what I think it is. A camp fight. It's got to be. No. So I'm gonna go decidedly with C on this one.
Wrestling slang for a bout in which one participant throws the fight. What about you, Rob? What do you think?
Were the other two again? I've forgotten what the other two were now.
A legal term for resolving a dispute by staging a duel. That was A. Or B, the mating ritual of a firefly.
A just sounds
A.
A just sounds too complicated
for the legal term. And audience, middle for diddle. B, the mating ritual of a firefly. It's actually A. Rob's got it right. A legal term for resolving a dispute by staging a duel. 10 paces at dawn.
Yeah, I thought that for a second, but then I really thought that the answer was just too long.
Well, there you go. So it's 1 to Tom in the audience and 2 to Rob. Rob's in the lead, all to play for. Exciting.
What are you talking about? We've had one question each.
Yeah, you've got to have your deciders at the end, haven't you? Because normally we have 2 questions at the start, 2 questions at the end, and if it then goes to tiebreaker, that's the end of it.
Okay.
What we had been doing is slimlining it to one question each half of the show.
So if I get the next one right, then I get 2 points.
And you'll draw, assuming that Rob doesn't do the same as you. The way Rob needs to secure this victory potentially is to just copy you, but then the audience might get one right as well. So,
Right. But then if Rob gets it right, he'll probably get like 3 points or something like that, right? So,
well,
we need to secure a fucking rule book for this game, all right?
oh no, the rules is very simple. You get it right, you get a point. But so that's it. But are you just suggesting that we should swing it for the
No,
birthday
because what I'm asking is how did Rob just end up with 2 points?
Because he got both right. He got the first one right with you,
Yeah.
and then he got the second one right, which you didn't.
Ah, okay, I got you now. Sorry.
So basically, when you answer a question correctly, you get a point. And he answered 2 questions correctly.
I got you. I thought there was a little bit of cheating going on because of his birthday.
No,
and
no,
everything
no.
like that, right? So it was okay.
No,
Okay,
I am seriously intelligent. I just don't understand why you dispute. You sound almost surprised at my intelligence.
Listen, you fuck spunner.
I think it must grate when you win there, Rob.
Spanner, I'm sorry.
It certainly does, doesn't it? He doesn't like it, does he? Especially someone as stupid as me.
Oh, they don't like it up 'em. They don't like it up 'em.
We're coming up on the championships, all right? We are coming up on the championships soon, so I need to be on my game here. So, Eitan Selinger, what do we got going on here, Carl?
Eitan Selinger. So let's have a look and see what that's all about. Oh yes, you may need to turn up the volume. I don't know if you're able to on this one because it does come out a bit quiet, as you can see from the waveform on slaps.com. So Eitan Selinger. So it says here he's from New York, USA. I am a singer-songwriter from, it says New Talk. And this one is Lonely Trace of You, about a long-lost friend. People have said, love the vibes of this one. Good stuff. Nice song. I love this man. Keep creating. Very nice song. Nice. It's a lot of nice stuff and vibes and soulful and sweet and nice with 2 eyes. That's nice. It's a nice song.
Very nice.
Nice.
I kind of picture that being in the Borat voice, like nice. Okay.
Oh, it's nice.
It's nice.
That's nice. All right, here we go with Lonely Trace of You. Let's check it out.
Well, I've been on the run with nothing but a lonely trace of you. And I could grab a gun, but there's nothing like a lonely trace of you. And I don't have the time it takes to read your mind. No, I don't have the time. I've nothing but the lonely trace of you. But we don't have the time. We don't have the time to spare it all. I throw it on a dime. We don't have the time to spare it all. Now I've been growing cold. I grab my coat, say you don't dare. Now I've been growing old with nothing but the lonely trace of you. Accuse me of a crime. You told my tale, I've done my time. You turn and drop a dime for nothing but the lonely trace of you. But we don't have the time. We don't have the time to spare it all. I throw it on a dime. But we don't have the time to spare it all. And if you choose to leave, I swear I'm gonna be lost forever. And if you choose to leave, I swear I'm gonna be lost forever. nothing but the lonely trace of you. No, 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 I've nothing but the lonely trace of you. And if you choose to leave, I swear I'm gonna be lost forever. And if you choose to leave, I swear I'm gonna be lost forever. No, 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 lonely trace of you. No, 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 I've nothing but lonely trace of you.
A lonely trace of you. I'm wondering if Sunflyer is the name of the album or the name of the group here, but I'm just gonna say Eitan Selinger, A Lonely Trace of You, Mr. Smart Monkey.
Yeah, okay. So right. So let's tackle the negative here first. It's a very quiet track, which is a little bit frustrating in some ways because you have to crank the volume up, and as soon as you crank the volume up, everything comes out, and it's a nice production, and it's a good track. It's got very mellow, chilled, upbeat vibe to it. The initial, when I first heard it, I was like, oh, it sounds a bit like a Paul McCartney style song. And then as it develops, it moves away from that. And there's a group called Cage the Elephant, which I remember a while back doing a song with Beck because I was like, oh, is it a bit Beckish? And I was like, no, it's not Beck. And then I remember this track that Beck and Cage the Elephant did called Night Running. And it reminds me very similar of that. And then I noticed someone else had put in the comments about Cage the Elephant. And then when you go and listen to this band and you pair it up with Cage the Elephant, they are very similar. That said, their other tracks are interesting. And I have to say, this is an interesting band. They have a really good style to them and a really good vibe. And that follows track by track, and his vocals are even better on other tracks, in my personal opinion. In fact, in some, I'd even go so far as he sounds a bit like Kurt Cobain in a very mellow sort of, in some of his more mellow tracks, which I really, really like. So, but focusing on this one, you know, I enjoyed it. I really did. You have to turn it up. And I think that the criticism I'd have is that they really need to do something about that, because that is going to put them off being put onto other playlists and getting heard, because the volume is such a drop that it just won't get added. It's so distinctively different that it's nothing to do with the band. It's nothing to do how well they perform, nothing to do with how well they sing. It's simply recorded too low and people won't add them. So get that done. And I think this band could really be something, because they are really quite talented, actually.
Could very well be. We've dealt with this kind of situation numerous times before, where it's like really hot song, but just no volume whatsoever. Mr. Carlos Fandango.
Exactly. That's what you gentlemen are saying. I think, with those kind of tracks, run it past somebody first, run it past a couple of people, get someone to master it. Check the limiter on the track is obviously put your compression on the track and the limiter on there as well. So basically, that the limiter is showing that the decibels are sort of peaking every now and then at 3 decibels. Only every now and then, but roughly, and play it against other tracks. If you want it to sound like other tracks, then play it against other songs that you like, what you want it to sound like, and you'll soon find out if it's too quiet or too loud. This one, very dark and moody track, and kind of sort of pseudo ballad, but it's a little crowded little bit crowded house, but there is a chord change in it that is very similar to the Beatles song Wait, which is a slightly lesser known song from Rubber Soul. It's been a long time now, I'm coming back home. So the first phrases of that are almost identical. So I feel like it's probably been inspired by the Beatles in some way, and we said it's sort of like slightly McCartney-esque, and it would not surprise me if that was inspired by the Beatles, because it's probably you've been listening to it and then suddenly this song's come. That's the effect of the Beatles on many people. So but I really like the song. It just needs to be louder, that's all. So if I do buy it on iTunes, I'll probably end up sort of making it louder or something anyway. And but because I do like the track itself, as it stands, that would put me off getting it.
I said similar, actually. I must admit, I missed the comment that I had made where I was saying, go back, get some other tracks that you can compare it to and use them as reference tracks in your mix. So it just bring yours up to the same as those. Use those as your reference tracks. That's so important. Reference tracks are huge. You need to be looking at that.
Oh,
sorry, Tom. Over to you, Tom. You're on mute.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I was coughing and I hit the mute button. So yeah, this is kind of like somebody saying like, you know what you should do with your music is put everything as 0 decibels and then record your song like that. And this is somebody that like really took it to heart and did the entire song as such, which obviously you cannot do. This is good for a pre-mixed version, when you turn down all the volume and you mix the individual tracks before you get into mastering. And this is pretty much what you end up with when you actually do nothing more with it. So I got to say, I like the track. When it started off, especially, I automatically got the feel that this was going to sound something like maybe like Hotel California by the Eagles, right? It had this kind of like, it had that twanginess of the guitar, and it really sounded good. And then, yeah, you could tell that it was going to be a very feeling and a very kind of emotional song, just because of that, which it ended up being, right? But now we're lost in the spectrum of, talking about the volume of the song, that we're really not focusing so much on the lyrics, and we're not really so much focusing on the story, even though we know that it's a deep, dark, moody song. But the whole thing is now the big thing is going to be is like, where's the volume? And so anybody that listens to this as a preview on, like, let's say, iMusic, because they don't call it iTunes anymore, right? So it's iMusic, right? Or Amazon Prime, or whatever the case may be. Anybody that's listening to this on any kind of like one of these streaming platforms, the volume may be their ultimate decision, whether they decide to buy the song or not, or stream the song for that matter on Spotify even, right? Because if this is released through DistroKid, which many of the songs that are on Slaps are, then this may turn a lot of people away just because of the fact that the volume just isn't there. It's not there. And it's sad, because the song really does, as Monkey and Carl had mentioned here, that if you turn the monitors up, if you turn them all the way up, you're really getting the full effect of the song. But not a lot of people have the patience to sit there and like, let me turn all the volume all the way up and let me see what these guys are about, right? So you really need to captivate an audience rather quickly to see where you need to go with a song. And so I got to say that I don't know if this is going to be the plus or minus for the show, because I do enjoy. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Smart Monkey.
Yeah, I was going to say it will be a deciding factor. I've been there. I've been through this pain. And a playlist curator, they are very picky, and quite rightly so, actually. At first, I always used to think that they were too picky, but when they've got their reputation and they are pulling together a playlist of music, and it has this feel, and it just keeps on going. And we've all been there. We've all got into a playlist and really enjoyed it. And suddenly one goes, whoop, really down here, and you're like, oh, better run over and turn my volume up for this one track. People aren't going to do it. They aren't going to do it. So the curator will just skip it. It won't get an airing. And that's a real shame, because I'll say it again. This track, actually, in my personal opinion, this track is not quite, in my opinion, as good as some of his other tracks. And they're all on that sort of volume level. And some of his other tracks are cracking. This is actually a very good album, and it's all just mixed too low, and he's missing an opportunity here. It's really good, and some of the other tracks are excellent, in fact.
I got to tell you, I totally agree with you. We've definitely gone through this show where we've had a lot of low volume songs that have seemed like, let's mix this as 0 and see where it comes up, right? So we've definitely. I'm thinking maybe we should do on our channel maybe just a low volume playlist, but then that will include everything. So what do you do with a track like this? Is just kind of like the only thing that I can really see doing here beyond what we've been talking about is the fact that is just wishing them well, because obviously we can't put this in the same category as like synthwave, and we can't put it in the same category as as hip hop, because again, we've had a lot of low volume tracks that have been phenomenal otherwise, this being one of them, where the lyrics work, the production works. It's just like, is this just a tester? Did you just throw it onto Slaps as a low volume song, whereas maybe somebody somewhere else? You know what? You gentlemen chat amongst yourselves for a second, and
I really hope that what they do when we send the link out that we've reviewed this show, they listen to it. And perhaps they just weren't aware. Sometimes it takes someone else to sort of go, oh, did you know that actually this is a solid track? Production is fantastic. It's just really low. Bring it up, and they go, oh my God, didn't realize that, and they go do it. And it's as simple as that. And then they re-release it. I mean, as an artist go, it's really good. It is really good.
Okay. So I just did a very limited amount of research here. On Spotify, this track is up there. Okay. The volume is way higher on Spotify.
Ah, good. Right. Yep. Okay.
So I think that this may have just been a pre-mastered version that was thrown onto Slaps. So by all means, folks, once again, hop into the video description below, because you never know. If you hop into the video description below, you'll find a link to these artists here. And for this one especially, check out Lonely Trace of You, but check it out on Spotify, okay? Because Spotify definitely has the volume up there.
But is that volume just higher than what we've heard? And if you put it in with other tracks, is it still low? Because I know that when you load it to Spotify will increase it. But if it's really low, it'll still be dipped lower than the other tracks. And I think it's really key, because if they want to get on those playlists, even if it's louder than this Slaps version, if it's still lower than the general reference tracks of others on Spotify, it's still going to get missed by curators. Just a comment.
Sounds fine to me. I think a lot of these, when they get uploaded, a lot of these companies, I think they actually sort of put them up to their standard volumes anyway. I think maybe, I don't know, some iTunes tracks that I play are markedly quieter than others, but most of the similar sort of volume.
There's a sweet spot that I've learned, and there's a decibel level they'll recommend you mix it to, and I still think this is falling a bit lower than what it is, even though they've upped it. The only way you're really going to know is to take that track and put it in a playlist of other tracks, and if it still dips, even if it's a little bit, if it's noticeable, curators won't have it, because it just impacts their playlist. It goes da 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 da, and they just don't like it. And it's only it's not a criticism, it's just a recommendation, because they're missing an opportunity. Curators won't add them to their playlist, and it's a massive, that's huge. It's like, we all know that Spotify playlists are what get you out there, and this song is good enough to be there. But if the volume level's a little bit low, they won't have it.
That's even kind of questionable these days, because these days it seems to like break through. You really need to be on TikTok, but that's a different conversation for a different time. Honestly, when we're actually giving advice on how to get it onto a playlist and so forth, I got to say for the Spotify version that I'm hearing of this song, it definitely sounds a bit more mastered. It definitely sounds a bit more polished. Everything sounds like it's kind of like working the same way. So so I really got to think that this was uploaded onto Slaps as like a pre-mixed, pre-mastered kind of like idea, like the pre-mixed down, honestly. And then once it was mixed down and it was kind of like mastered, then this is the one that actually got put up onto Spotify, because as we know, Slaps, DistroKid, and everything else is just completely different entities. So the Slaps version, I'm unimpressed. For the Spotify version, it sounds good, but we weren't listening to the Spotify version on the show here, so I'll listen to it myself and I'll make a determination on it there. But for all intents and purposes, where the show is going, I'm kind of like unimpressed on it. And the other reason that I'm unimpressed with this as well is that if you're going to upload the full version of the song, upload it to all your social media, is because if somebody, imagine if 1 million people listen to Slaps and then only like 10,000 people listen to Spotify. So why wouldn't you put your best foot forward, honestly, wherever you go? So leave your trail so that way people can follow you everywhere. So some people might find you on Slaps the way that we do, and then they'll follow you onto Spotify. So if you're just strictly relying on Spotify, then I think that you're already kind of like putting one foot in the ground. Honestly, it would just be like relying on Instagram to promote your music, or relying on Facebook to promote your music, or relying on YouTube to promote your music. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, as they say. If you're going to release the full song, release it everywhere, so that way everybody can see what the potential is, because not everybody likes the same source of music. I used to be very much a Pandora guy, like back in the day, like hugely. I would much rather listen to anything that was on Pandora than Spotify, for example, right? Is because there was much more ease of use and there weren't as many commercials. Now, obviously, we have commercials everywhere, advertisements going on everywhere. So, it's become a different world with music. But just, closing thoughts, closing arguments, I'm just going to say, really, it's a good song. Just from the two differences that I've heard, keep it consistent and keep the same song everywhere. And that'll be my kind of like final 2 cents there. We've spent a lot of time talking about this song, so this is usually what ends up happening. Is like when we get like a 4-hour long show, it's because we start fixating on one song and we really start dissecting it. And again, lyrics were good, the vocals were good, everything was good. It was just that one fact. It's the picture and the other one up here. So we're going to head on to our break at the moment, and during our break, what we're going to listen to is our interlude track, which is a tribute to Dolly. Carl Os Fandango felt some need to send this in a separate message to me and in a track message. So is there anything about this? Is there anything special that I should know about the song, or anybody should know about the song, as to why you sent me 2 different emails?
Only to say that if you wanted to access it via YouTube, there's the link on the track list, or via the email is the track that she sent, a copy of the track. So I think they're the same, one of the same. It's just that she sent 2 tracks, Patsy P. So I chose one of those 2 tracks to play, which is tribute to Dolly. So I think just click on the link, it'll be fine, because it takes you through to YouTube.
So it's not like you liked one more than the other. It's just,
well, I think this one had more going for it. Out of the 2 tracks, I thought it was the one that I think people would enjoy more.
All right, folks. Well, for the Underground Sound, I am DJ X-Tech. With me, as always, is Carlos Fandango and a gentleman, Rob Williams, known as Smart Monkey. So happy birthday. Let's raise a glass again, man. Come on. Happy birthday to you.
Mine's
Oh,
empty.
shit, it's empty. Sorry, here you go. Here you go. Ready? Here. I'll pour.
Go on, pour it in.
Go ahead. Get it? Get it? Yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you. It's very full, but you can't see
And
it
mine's
'cause of my
empty as well.
fingers.
Mhm.
Oh,
That's.
yeah. Thank you.
Mhm.
I'm going to get another one in a minute because it's break time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So our interlude track, our direct submission, and if you would like to directly submit your song to the Underground Sound here, please head on to usundergroundsound.com, and you will see all the options there that we have for submitting your music. Who the hell farted again? It's just like, you know, these are so rude. It's just like, great. I'm trying to do a break outro here.
I thought that was Rob just going like that.
No, it could be this. I've got one of these cables, and I think if it rubs against the table, is that it? Maybe I farted then.
It definitely sounds like a farce. So once again, folks, please do visit the video description, find all the artists below, find our show sponsor, find all the music that we're going to be reviewing here for the rest of the show also. But until then, enjoy your break, or our break, as it were. So this is Patsy P with a tribute to Dolly. Enjoy, and we'll be back to talk about the song very shortly.
In spite of some bad times, you want it for nothing. You felt rich and proud, wearing your coat of many colors. Although at the schoolyard, when they made fun of you, there were gifts all around, but you firmly held your ground. Would not take you long to be over the edge. Really isn't your song, you had that Tennessee flair. A voice beyond compare, the key within your edge. That would upon the famous door for a side to side on to show. Oh, Miss Dolly, long but you're on the down. Honest, pure and simple, music smashing all the sails. Heads up to you, Miss Dolly. As we hadn't any CD, we were glued to the TV. In a frozen silence, with bated breath, we shed a tear. When Dolly, without fear, tried to steal your man, secretly behind your back, how could she be so mean? You look great and cherished by a band of all ages. Kenny at your side while singing islands in the street. We were so delighted, for sure from 9 to 5. Let us blow up a little steam, Dolly, we will always love you. Oh, Miss Dolly, long but you're on the down. Music pure and simple, you will soon break all the charts. Oh, Miss Dolly, long but you're on the down. Music pure and simple, you will soon break all the charts. Heads up to you, Miss Dolly.
Bye. Well, now I'm upset. For crying out loud, welcome back to the second half of the Underground Sound. With me, as always, are two very special gentlemen. One of them not so special anymore, but two very special gentlemen known as Carlos Fandango and Smart Monkey. Together, we are putting the S back into music.
So please do like, subscribe, and share, and we will find the music that you love to hear. I had a beat going on.
You know what? Fuck you. All right. So Carlos Fandango.
And don't forget to tinkle the little bell so you get all the notifications, tinkling of the notifications of whenever Tom uploads new Underground Sound videos, which means you'll discover new music and new artists and wonderful things, lots of wonderful things.
During the break, during the break, during the break, fucking, I almost said it again. During the break, I had noticed that somebody had lied to us. Yeah, so somebody's birthday is not today, and I guarantee it's not Stevie Nicks. It's this gentleman over here where I'm swiping my mouse over right now, which nobody can see, is Mr. Smart Monkey. I did not realize that your birthday was until the 28th. I could have sworn that you said it was the 26th.
But I mean, isn't it cool to have birthday same day as Stevie Nicks? I wasn't going to lie to that, was I? Hey, or own up to that?
Yeah, but see, I planned this whole thing where we were just going to pretend like we were forgetting when your birthday was, and then all of a sudden, we introduced you with the celebrity birthdays. And I even told Carl, I sent him an email, and I was just like, don't fucking slip up, or if you don't remember, then it's Rob's birthday this week. So,
I mean, telling me something. I mean, I forget it 30 seconds later anyway, so it's no bother. I was never going to slip up on that one. But as it happens, it wasn't his birthday at all. So I'm going to take
Rob.
So I'm going to take back that track. Vitamin Dream, have it back. You got the royalties again.
Oh, yeah, see, and that's how you lose. That's how you lose out on that kind of shit. So during the break, we did listen to Patsy P with a tribute to Dolly. And now it's, you know what, Carlos Fandango. What'd you think?
Well, it's I like the opening harmonica is a subtle tribute, I think, to the 1982 version of I Will Always Love You, because that starts with the harmonica, different key, but it's the same sort of movement on the notes and the same sort of sound, the way it's played. So that's pretty cool. And there are Dolly Parton references in the track. Song references and mentions Kenny Rogers, Islands in the Stream, Jolene. But yes, a sort of pleasant track. And I've written with a jaunty rhythm. It's not like an outstandingly wonderful, brilliant track, but it's nice, and there are plenty of Dolly Parton fans out there that would enjoy this and take to this and enjoy it for what it is, which is a tribute to Dolly Parton. It's good. It's nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Robert?
Yeah. I'm going to have to be very, very careful with my next line, which I've made a little note of. So I'm going to have to be very... Let me just take a moment before I read it. Right, here we go. I said, it's a nice country song with lots of folky elements. I'm just glad I got past that very first part. No, I really enjoyed it. It had a nice I'm sorry.
So it was a folk and country song.
I just have to be really careful. That's some nice instrumentation going on, and all that harmonica, banjo, guitar, drums, a lot of stuff going on in it. The only thing that I felt it was lacking a little bit was, I think the vocals are okay, they're nice vocals, but they were just a bit dry for me, and they could have just done with a bit of effects, something to just give them a bit of warmth and a bit of shine to them across the rest of the track. And I think it's like you said, Carl, other than that, it's a nice country track. It's you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't make me laugh. You can't make me laugh.
You've got to say that.
Nothing. You know, it's a really good. I've got to be careful where I keep repeating myself. We all know that I have a problem with certain words, but yeah, it's a very good cowboy track, and I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it, but I just felt the vocals could have done with a bit of polish to draw them out in the track a little bit more. I think it's a bit like Tom sometimes says, where you've got a lot of the musical elements, the instruments are all there, and then someone sings very dry over the top without any automation, any effects. And I feel that this felt a little bit like that on this one. I don't know if you agree, Tom.
DJ
Over to you, Trom. You let me know what you think.
Is DJ X Trek to you? Trom.
DJ X yeah, I totally get Rob's point on this. It's a good song. It's nice, heartfelt. But I very much think it to be into the 80s realm as far as this type of music is concerned, because everything sounds very nonchalant, straight to the edge, sounds very much like a live performance, and it could be a really good live performance song for all intents and purposes. I don't know if there's really a room for, like, let's say, like a the way that it stands right now is if there were, you know, an album version of this, right? So it really depends on what you're doing, because if you're singing this kind of music and you're really going for the like kind of like festival sentiment and everything like that, right, then you could print up a whole bunch of CDs and sell them there for, you know, a couple of bucks a pop, and I think the song will work fine. In and of itself, I gotta say that I don't really think that there's anything really too special about it. You know, there's nothing really kind of like breakthrough or you know, nothing that we've heard before. So I gotta say that all in all, with the vocals and the production, it did very much sound like, let's say, late 70s to early 80s country music. We talked about it before, which is like kind of like, you know, Conway Twitty and very much so Dolly Parton, without the kind of like the big oomph in the name recognition, right? So a tribute to Dolly would be the correct name for this song. It is very much so a tribute, and you know, I like the artwork, and I was thinking about it when I was listening to the artwork. Right? When I was listening, yeah, when I was. I apologize, folks. We started a bit early, so when I was listening to the song outside and I was looking at the artwork very much made me think of all of the kind of like struggling independent musicians that are out there, right? Which is like you're really like putting your music out there and you're really trying to get recognition and everything like that, right? So what are you going to do? You're going to take a picture posing with your guitar or whatever your instrument is, and then you're going to, you know, post it up like that as you know, as album artwork. And album artwork in itself is an art form because it should really reciprocate the fact of the music of what you're trying to make, right? So it really does make me think of like how far and how much of a struggle independent musicians really still have ahead of them. And this is one of the things that we try to do here at the Underground Sound, is we really try to get these independent musicians and the underground musicians, excuse me, heard and put them into the limelight. So please do, if you have not done so already. I promise you there will be updates. I know I've said that plenty of times, but there will be updates. Carlos Fandango, Smart Monkey, and I have been working really hard on DJ intros and shows and everything for the radio station. I really think that the radio station is going to be one of the things that is going to really break ground for the underground musicians here, is because everybody will have a DJ intro and everybody will have this kind of like special portion for themselves on the radio station. And so when you listen to it on the air, then I think that it'll just do that much better. But as far as this song right here is concerned, once again, the last thing that I'll say is that It's not necessarily going to get a plus mark for me for my favorite of the night, but it is still quite a piece of enjoyable music because it's made correctly. The vocals are very nice, and I think that's where I'm going to leave that at. And if anybody has anything else to say right there, Isabel.
No.
Because usually I tend to do this after the break. I'll ramble for a bit because it's been a long break, and I get a little bit of more heat to my head, and then I got to make another line in my notebook over here. And so we're going to move on to track our official track number 6 here. Yisro Young with "Take Your Time," and I love that Carl put a space in between the A and the P in slaps. So that way, so that way,
but you can go scroll across. And
I've already found it. Trust me.
Yeah, it should be
I've
fine,
already done the due diligence that's needed here. So tell us about this track.
have we had no messages this week? I don't know. Have we had any messages in? Oh, that's a shame if we haven't. But
Have we, Rob? Have we? Can you check?
if you check your emails, Tom, you might see that there might be
the inbox.
yeah, check your emails.
I ain't going to send you an email. Why would I send you an email? Oh.
Any messages, Tom? Anything at all? Oh, sounds like you have. That's good.
La, 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 la. Getting into practice here. This is good. It's promising.
You ever feel like there's a hair down your throat? So
how did that get there?
Especially after the break. I didn't think we were away for that long.
Tom did a George Michael.
Oh, that just felt insulting.
Oh dear. Right. Washed out that hair with the Bud Light.
Yes.
Right, it's good.
Yeah, we get the.
Ding ding. Oh.
He's going to say
Even
fairs,
better.
please.
Just like, oh.
Wait, chaps, we've had a message that's just come in, and it reads as follows.
Hold on. Look, before you say anything, every week I think it's someone famous because they've got a famous name, and it turns out to be some random everyday nobody who's just happens to sound like a megastar. So let me guess. Is it Tom Jones? Tom spelt with a THOM?
Why would you? Well, wait a second. Hold on. Why would you automatically assume that it's Tom?
I think it says no. It is not.
No, I know, but
Oh, Tom. Well, because of Tom York. Tom York's. But then people sometimes are called THOM Tom, aren't they?
yeah, but literally the only thing that I've said is chaps. We've just had a message come in, and it reads as follows.
Have you got the same message that we've got in our inbox?
I believe so.
Are you reading the same thing that we're reading? So after I say Tom spelt with a THOM, you say, no, it is not.
Yeah, I know, but if you okay, let's play this thing out.
Go with the flow.
Okay. So no, it's not.
Oh, is it Kate Bush with the Bush spelt BOOSH?
No, negative, sir. It's not that either.
Okay, go on then.
So who's it from then, Tom?
Neil Young, NEILYOUNG.
No way! The legendary singer-songwriter of songs such as Heart of Gold, Southern Man, and Keep on Rocking in the Free World.
It is.
No way! At last, an actual famous music superstar. At last, we're getting on the map. At last, we're finally. Interrupt me.
Wait. Let me finish. I was about to say it is not the Neil Young, legendary singer-songwriter of songs such as Heart of Gold, Southern Man, and Keep on Rocking in the Free World.
He's made you look like a right mug there, Carl.
Yep. Yes, he has.
Oh, Neil says, love the show, guys. I watch it on YouTube while I'm mating, and it provides a nice ambience for the bitches. Neil is from Juneau, Alaska, and he is a husky breeder. he says he also has a husky voice, which he jokes about to put his clients at ease, and there you have it.
Husky Neil. Deep throaty voice. I think I know him.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know,
That was smooth.
Oh my god.
I mean, I swore to myself that we would get better at this as time goes on. But obviously, the first problem was that we had was with our opening lines. So see, it says, "Chaps, we have a message that just comes in and it reads as follows."
And I said, hold on.
Right.
Yeah. See, it just changed. It's the change of format.
What Carl's forgetting is there has to be some kind of element of timing that comes into this, where you got these like interrupts where we're not reading it. See,
Well, that's why we have the hyphens, because they're the interruptions, aren't they?
Right, but see, but nowhere before nowhere before the second portion did we ever mention that it was from any kind of Tom or anything like that. You've took it upon yourself.
No,
to
do you know?
because
Because what I'm saying there is, hold on.
He's interrupting you, and he's going, hold on.
Hold on. Before you do this thing that you always do,
or a dick,
is it
or a
Tom
Harry.
Jones spelt with a THOM?
oh,
Is it
well,
Kate
that's your fault then. You just totally fucked that one up.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
you-
that was a clever little twist.
yeah, fucking prick.
You
See, it's got
didn't.
to be laid on a plate, isn't it, for you?
No,
I do like
you
I do
didn't.
like the bush bit. I did find
Bush,
that quite amusing.
Kate Bush, the mighty Bush.
It was Kate Bush.
I did like a
Kate Bush. I know her. My goodness.
All right, so Yisro Young. So let me tell you about Yisro Young, the track 6.
Really?
Well, of course,
We're
it's the
just gonna,
7th track.
we're just gonna forget that
I
start.
better forget that one.
let's end it right
Let's
now.
just fucking let it go. Let's just
Forget
let
that
it go.
ever happened. I'll go back to the normal format. Oh dear, that could have been good. Right, so Yisro
If
Young
you
is
had the
from...
right cast, it could have been good.
Yeah.
I love because he brought it up because I was about to introduce the song and he's like, "Well, Tom, don't you have a? Did we not get any messages today?"
I wish I never said that. Oh, way my big mouth.
Oh, total fucking disaster. Okay, not a total disaster, but but
Hey, we might find it looks good on edit though. We know what these shows are like afterwards, and we just go, actually, that works out to be really shit but funny.
Well,
that's all we're really looking to do here is just create a shit giggle, aren't we?
Shit. We're just looking to create shit. That's all we're trying.
Forget the giggle. That's all we're doing here is we're just trying to create shit.
now we're doing a good job.
Now we're doing a good job. Yeah.
Top of the charts of shit.
All right.
So on to
Sorry, Carl. I
So
apologize.
I should introduce you track 6, officially track 6. This is actually the 7th track of the night because we had the middle track, the fakes track. So now this is Yisro Young from Bet Shemesh in Israel. And let's have a look. Oh, it says I make music. That's the bio. Influences include The Fray, Billie Eilish, Gracie Abrams, Taylor Swift, Miley Cyrus, Demi Lovato, and a few others, Jonas Brothers. This one is alternative rock, although I think it's sort of like a pop rock type thing. Some of the comments are saying sweet tune, nice and relaxing. I'm not sure it is. Awesome song, nice production, very tense and passionate vocals. And somebody says amazing voice. What do you think when you hear it? Tell us. Has everyone muted their mics or something? Oh God!
Yeah, seeing how long we can actually drag that on right there. So, all right. after that star message, I do think that our fan needs a little bit of recompense. So Yisro Young with "Take Your Time," and let's take our time and check this out.
I'm waking up and I'm still thinking about you. Got it suicide every day I'm without you. Heaven only knows how I let you escape. And letting you go was my biggest mistake. I can't move on, I feel so hopeless without you. I can't live my life if it's living without you. Moved out of my place, but I still see your face. Nobody else can replace you. So take your time.
Yeah, like I saw the waveform ending, and then I still couldn't click back in time here because it looked like a little bit thicker and everything like that. So, Smart Monkey, what'd you think?
Yes, so this is a good track. That intro just grabs you right from the moment it starts. It's a beautiful little intro. Maybe a little bit deceiving in some ways as to what the rest of the track is about to do. Then his vocal kicks in, and immediately you realize the guy's got quite a powerful and talented voice. And then the track really kicks in. It sort of, the whole thing suddenly, boom, it goes into this upbeat sort of pop song. There's a lot to like about it, actually. There's a lot to like about this track. And I noticed that one of his inspirations is the Vamps, and this sounds very much like the Vamps. It's very much in that style. Production's good. I mean, it's on point. This is a very radio-friendly song. I think this is really good. It's a really good song. The only criticism I'd say, and you kind of alluded to it there, Tom, is that the ending just goes boom, shuts right off. If anything else, I don't mind that it's that short ending, but just put a bit of echo on it so it just disappears a little bit. Instead of just going boom, off, gone, like someone switched off the off button. But yeah, I quite like. I like this track a lot, actually.
like somebody switched off the off button, quote unquote, by our very own smart monkey there, Carlos Fandango. Do you agree?
Oh yes, I've written ends abruptly. So I don't know what, but I wrote short song syndrome. So I don't know what that is. I just got with this phrase, and I think it's because what I was thinking. I don't know why I put syndrome after it. But basically,
Oh, they're disgusting.
but it's, what I mean is it's a short song, and but a lot of songs, as we've discussed recently, is a lot of the modern songs are really short. You're looking sort of two. It's not even a 3-minute pop song these days. It's 2.5 minutes, 2.25 minutes, and but it's quite the thing now at the moment, to be a very short song. But it packs quite a lot into the song, nevertheless, and it's a pretty good production. It's got quite a lot of range in the voice and does the falsetto pretty well. But it's a lot of ebb and flow in it. There's a lot of sort of stop-start moments. Vocally and musically reminds me a bit of more One Direction, vocally more Youngblood, and I don't know. Just I think. Oh, that's annoying because I've written. Fits quite a lot in. That's right. So I've already said that. That's fine. That's me done. Comments over.
Okay. Professionalism is what we're all about on this show here. So let me take out my notes here. So honestly, I got to say, not a huge fan.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah,
It's
no,
not
it's,
your style of music, is it?
Well, I mean, no, I like it. I like it. It's just here's the thing. So going back to some comments that we've had before on the show, is it sounds a bit like Coldplay, Goo Goo Dolls. So I like that era of music. It does sound like a 90s kind of like punk pop kind of like music, right? But it's just I don't know. I got to think that a song like this should be a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And there's quite a bit to dissect here because we've got a full band going on. So I mean, not only do we have the lyrics, we have the drums, we have the bass. We've got a lot going on for a 2-minute span, which kind of like makes me think like, okay, is this song like kind of like maybe written just to be kind of like a sync song? You know what I mean? Car commercials, soda commercials, cigarette commercials, whatever the case may be, right? So it could work in a multitude of formulas like that, right? But that would be my beef with it, was that it's a bit short. And I think I have a beef with Carlos Fandango today is because all of our songs thus far have been like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or under. So I got to think, was this the playlist for last week's show when we were supposed to be streamlining it for his day off? and he like messed it up, and now we're like doing it as a show because each of these songs is like 2 minutes. So it's going to be like, before you know it, we're going to be done with the show. So,
but it's interesting. I think there is a trend that almost says that any artist now has to keep their track really short because they won't get again put onto a playlist. But I think they're missing the fact that certain songs, and both of us, three of us have seen that there's a kind of heart to a song. It has this pulse and it has this life. And if you just abruptly shut it off, you kill it, and all the life just sucks out of it. There is a natural ebb and flow that comes to certain songs, and I think certain artists are sacrificing it now because they've been told that they have to bring it into a 2-minute thing to keep the interest of the listeners. And I disagree wholeheartedly with that, because in a song like this, what you're actually doing is you're killing the life and soul of this song. And listeners like us are going, we love it. It's a really good song. Why did you do that? Oh, I had to do it so it's 2 minutes because otherwise it won't get on a playlist. No, sod that. When you hear that crappy advice, ignore it. Make the song as it should sound, with it in its purest form. Put it out there, and it will hit playlists that like that sort of music. Don't listen to all that other crappy advice that comes in. That has to be short, and it has to be a certain thing to keep the interest of the listeners, because that's what makes these generic, horrible, crappy playlists that just don't have any life and soul, and your music will become lifeless and soulless. Need to get back into the zone, and it will happen. The cycles will go around, and probably, hopefully, the underground sound, when we do our radio station, will bring some of that back in again, where we'll say, sod that. If your song is 7 minutes long, give it to us. As long as it has the ebb and flow, we will play it. We don't care that it has to be 2 minutes to get on the playlist to keep everyone's interest, because there's a bunch of listeners out there that want to hear good music. And if the ebb and flow of the song is interesting enough, take Queen and Bohemian Rhapsody, the listeners will just sit there the whole time. This modern generic music needs to die and be pushed to one side and bring back traditional music the way it should be.
Yeah,
Sorry, I just got a bit passionate there.
No, it's fine. And I got to say, Carl, I agree with Rob a lot on this, is because, just for all intents and purposes, for the younger generation, the three of us are dinosaurs, and we're looking at music differently. I personally think that, if we're keeping a song at about 3.5 to 4 minutes, we're doing pretty well, right? But the whole thing is like being a 2-minute song on obviously something that should be a 5-minute song. Then where are we going with this, Carl?
Well, I wholeheartedly agree. We've spoken about it before, is that, it doesn't matter. The length of the song is irrelevant. Is it engaging? Is it good? That's all you need to know, really. And that's most of the classic. I mean, look at the album version of Heroes by David Bowie. That's about 6 minutes long. It's just fully engaging, and it's one that I could listen to again on repeat and again and again. So it really, for a pop song, okay, there's this whole 3-minute pop song thing, that's been around for many, many years. But I don't mind these short songs as long as it doesn't end too abruptly. I think it could have been just a few more seconds even, and that would have been fine, just to ebb it away.
Can I time out you here real quick?
Mm.
Would you consider that pop or rock?
Well, actually, I've written pop rock.
Pop rock. Okay. So pop song, sure. I mean, if you're talking about the traditional sense of the pop song, right? If you're talking about let's say Michael Jackson style or something like that, pop, right? The king of pop, for crying out loud, is what they called the band. So this one, I definitely would consider a bit more grunge, punk, pop, not pop, I'm sorry, rock, other than pop. So I definitely think that I personally, myself personally, I think that this song should have gone on longer. We barely crossed. We literally just tiptoed across the 2-minute threshold there, buddy.
Yeah, I agree. You have this kind of natural feel in your body when you listen to a song, and there are certain patterns that just evolve in you, and you feel them. And to me, there was at least a couple more verses to come out of this, and it just went, and you're like, oh,
yeah.
Okay.
We barely went through a verse and a chorus, and that was pretty much it, right? So that's pretty much what we hit with that song. So not that we're trying to rag on you here, because we should be ragging on Rob for for screwing his birthday up for us, because I really made a big deal.
I'm sorry that this track ended short, because I told you my birthday was 2 days earlier than it was.
You know what? Fuck you and your birthday, all right? Carlos,
my fucking birthday brought that track. I mean, this track had another 2 or 3 verses on there, but because I told you my birthday was earlier, somehow it brought that track.
It totally brought Mercury into retrograde, and Saturn spit off into space somewhere. Carl,
I'm so sorry.
Keep it going.
That I've done that, Yisro Young. Sorry that I've trimmed your track off by bringing my birthday forwards.
Oh my gosh, shut up. Let Carlos Fandango finish.
Finish? I wasn't even saying anything. I was done anyway, to be honest.
Oh, were you? Okay. Well,
I'm just ready to introduce the next one, to be honest.
Yeah, just move on. Just move on.
I'm so tired. I can actually, I'll keep yawning at the moment. So I don't know how it is for our audience, but I'm sorry, I'm yawning. I feel really bad about that. I'm just so tired.
I don't think anybody knows. With Smart Monkey's like 15-minute rant over there, and then us arguing for an additional 5 minutes.
I'm going to draw this show out as long as I can, just to watch Carl just gradually fly.
Oh, it's what actually is your birthday.
That's a good idea. If we get the show going for 2 days, then
it will actually be your birthday, and then it won't be. And then
I'll be going.
It's
Birthday.
All right.
What's going on about?
What is this? Lyse,
Still looking.
what is this? Lyse with Shivers. What is this? Carlos.
Do you remember we had? I think it was Motors, wasn't it? The song that we had before. From I settled on Lisa. I think it's Lisa. So, but anyway, that was some time ago. She's uploaded quite a few songs since then. And Lisa, as you may remember, is from your neck of the woods, Tam. So we've had Trom and Tam so far. So she. I'm so tired. So, Lisa, she is from Tampa Bay, Florida. It says here, 25, Florida, singer, songwriter, musician, and producer. And take a listen and follow on all streaming platforms. Yes, this one's called Shivers, and she says, "Does this give you the shivers?" Comments include handing out shivers for free here. The synth is sick. Your voice fire with the fire symbol. This is absolutely dream pop. Your voice is magical. I feel like flying listening to this song. This is very nice. This is beautiful and great song. So, yeah, a lot of comments about the voice and the synth. So, great vocals, mesmerizing voice. See what you think.
Except for that one comment that sounded like a meth-induced kind of like "I can fly" thing going on. From Tampon, Florida. Let me know if this song does give you the shivers. All right, I think we did settle on Lisa the last time. So in either case, this is Lisa from Tampa, Florida, US. 81 followers, 700 plays, 18 tracks, and that song was called Shivers, Smart Monkey.
Yeah, okay. So I got a little bit of old retro 90s vibes from this, 90s, 2000s, depending on what kind of band you want to compare it to, actually. But so back in the 90s, there was a band called Pale Saints who had a very similar sort of dreamy sound to them. And then like there's another more sort of up to date band, I guess, to a certain extent, Bat for Lashes, which I feel they sound very similar to. So it's all, again, there's very much those full dreamy vocals over this kind of guitar and synth element to it. Very dreamy in its presentation. It's a nice song. I do have a couple of issues with it. I find that the vocals were a little bit overpowering in the mix in places, and that they sometimes come out booming out, and you want that restrained a little bit on a song like this, because you want those dreamy vocals almost to disappear into the rest of the mix. You don't want them out there too far, because that almost loses that dreamy effect. So if I had one comment to make, I'd be pulling those vocals back into the mix. And there were a couple of notes that I felt were a little bit off, but I think, again, because the track is sitting so far out, it's just highlighting them a little bit more. And if they were in the back, they'd almost have that kind of pitch bending effect to it. But too far out, they just sound like some notes are contradicting with each other. So if I had one comment to make, just bring those vocals back into the mix more, so they just blend into the mix, and it's going to be a nice sounding track. So yeah.
All right, Carlos Fandango, what say you? Bedroom production or pro production or in between?
Perhaps somewhere in between. It does feel more like a bedroom production than a pro production, because I think it was Motor Car, actually, the other one track that we had. And I'm wondering if it's a sort of what I'm thinking is actually I'll have to listen to more of Lisa's music, because I'm keen to find out if it's just this kind of genre that Lisa does, and those kind of vocals, because it's a limiting thing if it's just that style of sort of airy, breezy, light vocals. But all the same, you can sort of embrace that really and make that your own as well at the same time. So, and then get perhaps a following. But I mean, I liked the fade in on Motor Car. I think we had quite a long fade out on that other song that we listened to before. With this one, there's a nice gentle fade in with some jangly guitars and prominent synths. I like that element of the synth element. Dream pop, it certainly is. I would say with the vocals, some people, listeners, will, and the style of the music, because it's sort of, I would ask, is it engaging enough? We've heard some tracks recently that were quite sort of dream pop, synths pop sort of thing, but they were quite engaging, whereas I don't know if this is as engaging. And also, I think some people may find it a bit, I don't want to use the word dull or dreary or anything like that, because it's not quite that, but I mean, just simply not engaging enough. So maybe it needs an extra element of something. I don't know if it's something to do with what Rob said about the vocals. Maybe they need to just sit in there a bit more. There's something, but I mean, I like it. It is a dreamy sort of song. But something needs just a little tweak, and I think it would be a better song. I don't know what it is. I can't quite figure out what it is that needs to change, but I do feel like something could be improved.
Okay. Well, plenty of room for improvement. So, listen, I wrote down, this has a very nice jazz element to the song, right? Where if there were like a piano and a guitar playing in the background, and then, this Lisa singing here, which is the name that we had agreed upon here. I think it could have a Bond element to it. So it could be pretty cool. And so I kind of started thinking about like the scene with Who Framed Roger Rabbit. So when Jessica Rabbit was kind of like up there and kind of like singing, it kind of like went into this thing, and it was not quite rocky, not quite poppy, not quite jazzy, not quite really a bit of anything, but still made it a little bit of interesting. So from what I recall from the last song, which is minimal at this point, just self-admittedly, I do think that the last song definitely had a bit more pop to it with the vocals and everything. So far, I got to say that, yeah, I'm not feeling this one. I'm not feeling this one. The vocals are too distant. The instruments are too distant. Everything is very, very much far away from itself. And, I don't want to be, I don't want to go on the, route of Simon Cowell here, because it isn't horrible. It's not absolutely deplorable. It's not absolutely anything that I would not listen to ever again in my life or anything like that, but it's just kind of like, you got to ask yourself the question is, are you going to throw this on your playlist? And the short answer to that would be no, I'm not going to. Once is fine hearing it. If I listen to it as it was coming on, then I would not skip it. But at the same time, is just like, is this going to be a fan favorite? Is this going to be, a genre favorite? Is this going to be any type of favorite? Then I just really don't think that it is. But I get give props where props are due. Obviously, voice is fantastic. Voice is fantastic. I just think that the execution of the song is not that great. Smart Monkey.
Yeah, I think that both of you have picked up on something that I quite like. This style of music, and when it's done well, it really works. And I think what we're picking up on, the thing that's not working for us, she's got good vocals, she's got a good voice. They're just too prominent. And on a mix like this, you got to think of it almost like fluid, like a liquid. They almost need to be in the liquidy feel of the rest of the music. They don't want to be sitting out. They want to be sitting on the top of that music. They want to be in it. And that's what we're all picking up on. And that's what's making this jar with us. It just doesn't quite work for us. All of us have said it. And the reason for that is they just need to be brought back into that mix more. And I think if they do that right, this, her style of vocals on this particular track will work. But just being out and boomy, you kind of go, what's that? What's going on? There's something not feeling right in our ears here. And I think that's it. So my recommendation is just go back, get those vocals mixed into this dreamy track a little bit more, and you'll get that effect that you're trying to go for. If you don't, yeah, it just jars and people aren't gonna gel with it.
Carlos Fandango, any final thoughts here?
Yeah, I feel like I sort of sounded a bit harsh with the vocals, given what you've said, but I think you're right, Rob. It's maybe a different vocal effects as well, just to sort of maybe because there's tools like the exciter, which just bring out elements of a certain frequency of the voice that would just liven it up. And I think that's what I think I'm sensing is that it's a nice voice and breathy and airy, but it needs livening up, because at the moment it does feel a bit. I say it's not.
It's blended. It's odd.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, livening in places, but blended in others. I always look at music almost like a painter would paint a painting. And certain styles of painting, you can dab paint on top of paint and you get a fantastic picture. But certain styles of picture, you also need a blend. You need to blend it in so that you get that final overall effect of the picture. And this is a track that's like that. This is a wash that you need to put over your picture that blends everything in and the edges in. And you need to look at how you listen to your sound, and you need to then go, right, that's what I need to do with all of the elements of this track, is blend them in so you get this very washy, dreamy, flowing effect. If you've got the vocals sitting out on the top, it's almost like you've got this lovely washy effect painting, and then someone's daubed paint over the top. That's
Right,
just me and my visual effect. But
No. I get you because it's like Dolly, creating a painting, but then having Rembrandt go over it and everything like that. So I get what you mean. I get what you mean in that sense, and kind of like just to reciprocate on it. If you, I started to think when you were making that analogy, if you remember the music video for "Don't Speak" by No Doubt. The whole thing was that Gwen Stefani was kind of like the front runner of the band, and she was, the magazines wanted to photograph her, and it was her, and and the band really didn't kind of matter. And this is kind of like the way that I feel about this song. Her voice, her vocals are kind of like the instrument here, the driving factor for this whole thing. And I'm sorry if I'm stirring up controversy with maybe something that you guys have maybe been talking about before, but if you guys have been talking about it, then this is what you need to pay attention to, is that she is definitely the superstar. Her vocals are definitely the superstar of this whole act, and she just really needs to find the chess pieces to kind of like come in and to kind of like make that checkmate, right? So we've talked about it before, is like talk with the proper producer, talk with the proper audio engineer, and just talk with the proper people that you need to talk to, which know their stuff, because believe me, these people don't get paid lots of money just to sit around there and just give their opinions, kind of like us, I guess, right? But whatever. That would just be my thing, is that the vocal is definitely the front runner of this whole thing, and then everything else is secondary, honestly. Go on and talk about this. I mean, we've done that many times before, and we've only done that with songs that we've been pretty passionate about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so this is definitely a good song. It's definitely up there in terms of where we're going. What's the masterpiece behind what we're actually hearing here today and everything like that. And I gotta say that I personally think, and as we've kind of like been discussing here, that I personally think that the voice is the masterpiece behind this whole thing. So sorry folks, sometimes we do get off on these tangents. We do feel passionate about certain different things, and so moving on to our second installment of the Purple Bowl of Destiny.
Yes, indeed. Here it is. All the categories. Here's the bowl. And the Owl of Judgment will join us, as will, by the looks of it, Ferrero Frog, the Horny Toad, with Rob, who's having trouble.
Bear with. Horny
But
Ferrero's just getting set up for this.
Fair enough. Well, the Owl... you may recall, if anybody's of our regular viewers have recall, we did have a little dabber of Blue Tack, and basically Owl has decided to try and use the dabber himself on as a sort of kind of a big dabber. So forgive the pun, but he's looking like a sort of Cyrano de Bergerac. So with the big nose and everything. So basically he will peck, and until he's got one of these little tags out. And I see Ferrero is standing in for Rob on this one.
Yeah. This is we need to correct it a little bit. This is DJ Ferrero now. He's gone up a level. Was that Ferrero? He's I don't know if we can say this, but he's wondering why Owlie's got a knob for a nose. Look, we've talked about
well,
this. You've got to be more refined, Ferrero. This is a family show.
Well, I suppose it does look it does look a bit that way, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, this is a family show. Yes, absolutely.
Sure it is, yeah. Well, the thing is, you see, you may notice that because it wouldn't stay on the beak, so we've had to put a rubber band around the edge.
Oh my god!
So actually, you're struggling to get your airways clear at the moment, aren't you?
You put a condom on his beak.
Sorry, he's struggling. Just don't worry, I'll blow up your nostril.
Ferrero says it looks more like phallic symbol every time you move it closer to the camera.
I suppose it does really a little bit. Yeah.
Really bad, doesn't it, Ferrero? Yeah, he's not happy with that. It's rude.
Oh, he doesn't like rude stuff. That's funny because I thought he did.
Yeah, because he's very refined. He's had some like reflection on his horniness.
I've just noticed.
Apparently, it's only a momentary thing.
I've just noticed when the owl wants to turn right, he can only go so far because his wings blocking.
Because no one gets in the way.
So, okay, here we go. Right, so, okay, let's give this a go then. So,
It just looks so wrong. It's so wrong.
right, so
The Birds by Alfred Hitchcock.
I mean, look, whenever the shadow catches it right, it's just really
oh dear. Oh, what did you do?
What
now?
did you model it on?
It's a good point, actually. Yeah, it's a good point. 'Cause-
I was like, well, Governor, I was looking south.
well, perhaps I need to see a knockshot. Okay, so ready? Right, we're going to stir the pot up, and you're going to dab and see if you can just first time, Al. Just you see if you get ready. Go for it. Go. I won't look. Hey, right. And it it landed on his chest there. So we just stick it on your nose, shall we? Let's put it on your nose, and you can show it to the audience.
Has anyone else seen an owl in this whole thing, or have they just looked?
So the category is indie, as chosen by the owl.
I've not even seen an owl. All I can see is someone else.
Shall we take your nose off? No, you like it.
No.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, my
Okay.
God.
Just shut the fuck up.
I'm amazed that rubber band is doing such a good job because try and swing your head round and get it off. It just won't come off. Wow. Very floppy though, isn't it? Oh dear.
Oh, my God.
So
You're at the Ferrero. You're a bit outdone on this one, aren't you? Yeah.
oh, I don't know. I like Ferrero's headphones.
Oh.
That's fantastic. DJ Frog.
His ears are down in his mouth.
Oh dear.
Look at his face. Like, oh, my God.
His headphones are well low. I didn't know their ears were so low.
Yeah, frogs or toads apparently have ears in their cheeks. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, I'm having a bit of trouble concentrating.
What's that? It's do dick nose.
Well, look, I'll tell you what, Al. You I'll read the joke. What do you want to do? Read it, and then that's what we did last week. You read it, ready? Okay, no, don't face me. Just whisper into my ear. Well, I won't face you. Don't worry. Okay, where? That's weird. This says, "Where do weigh a pie?" I think it means, "Where do you weigh a pie?" So, I don't know. This is weird. Don't do that. Where do you weigh a pie?
You don't know if this is weird. Did you seriously just say, I don't know if this is weird?
No. I said this is weird. This is where do you weigh a pie? I think it's meant to be where do you weigh a pie? Where do you go to weigh a pie?
Where do we apply?
Weigh a pie.
Me down then. The owl's nose slaps into Carl's face and he's not very happy.
Well, anyway, where do you go to weigh a pie? over the rainbow. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. God. Cool. That's not a dad joke. That's terrible. That's even worse than a dad joke. I tell you what, should we make your nose longer?
Tell it a read joke and see what happens.
Yeah. I don't know what would get the way. Well, we'll see. We'll have a look and see what we can do with this nose, because I'm sure we can make it. That's weird. I'll tell you, if you sling your head up as well at the same time as you turn around, I think you can get over that wing. Yay!
No, you can't get back again.
Yeah, now you're stuck between two wings.
Dick nose is stuck between them.
Right over the shoulder. Right?
I'll get it sorted out. We'll get it sorted out during the song. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. All right, we'll sort it out. We might have to lift it up a bit.
All right.
Oh, Ferrero, what do you say to that? Oh my God.
I'm,
He's off.
I'm almost scared to say the name of the song that we have here. So
I always have to smell my hand after speeding up Ferrero, because I have to admit I never washed him when he comes from the second-hand shop. Really slick my arm. Oh,
You just have no idea who had it before.
he tried to,
I did.
he tried to detect the unusual smell.
anyway, the name of the song is "Hang On."
I've made the nose a bit longer. Is that better? More of a beak.
No, I'm serious. The name of the song is "Hang On."
Okay.
Oh,
Excuse me.
I wasn't trying to be funny with that. Look, hang on. The name of the song is "Hang On." Let's find out. Let's find out more about the artist, please. Who is JooBaldi? Oh my God. Why do I feel like you are playing jokes on me all the time?
Oh, it's just getting longer. It's like in the Pink Panther film when Clouseau's nose keeps melting down. Oh dear.
After all this shit, why do I gotta get an artist named JooBaldi?
Oh God. JooBaldi.
Oh my God.
Ah, so it's indie electronica. Excuse me.
I can't see. I've got tears in my eyes. I can't see anymore.
Oh,
Oh my God.
trying to make up
Yeah,
their
I'll tell
own.
you what the owl looks like. Who's the spy in Star Wars in Mos Eisley?
Oh.
That's the way it wiggles when you turn it.
Oh, I've forgotten his name now. Oscar.
Oscar?
I can't remember. I'll look up the name of the spy.
Oh, it's gonna be even better than our Magic Mike episode.
No, it'd have been a flop. Right, I'm going to look up that spy in Mos Eisley.
Oh, I hate you both. You're turning this fucking show into a travesty. A travesty, I tell you.
Oh, I can't read that. I can't read that. I got my glasses on. I really, literally can't see because I've got tears in my eyes.
Oh, it's Garinden. Garinden. He just needs the round glasses as well. And then it'll be Garinden, the spy from Star Wars.
Oh my God.
Oh, there's a little factoid for you. I found out about Garinden. I don't know if you know the one I mean, the one who spots is after, is following them around Mos Eisley. and reports them to the Imperial troops. And they actually used, in context as well, they used snippets of John Wayne to voice it, used his voice, and then made it electronic. And if you ever see on YouTube, look up Star Wars John Wayne and Gurinden, you'll see the clip, and they'll show, they play the music, the vocals, the segments that spoken words of John Wayne. That isn't it a fantastic fact that I'd only heard recently.
And honoured in such a beautiful way with a big cock nose.
I was just about to say the same thing. Is that would be fucking fascinating if nobody was looking at the fucking owl's nose.
Oh, you don't have to show off anyway, dear. Oh dear.
Thank you for that interesting tidbit of fucking John Wayne here. Okay, so here we go with JooBaldi with a song called "Hang On." All right, that song was actually 3 minutes and 22 seconds, as opposed to 3 minutes and 36. We've been having quite a bit of this going on, where the songs have been ending kind of like prematurely here. But "Hang On" by JooBaldi, smart monkey.
Yeah, there's quite a lot to like about this one. I just liked a lot of the instrumental elements. I do feel maybe samples and things are used here, but to a nice effect. The vocals are the star of the show. They're quite beautiful. Again, I'm not sure. Just trying to look to see if there was any guest vocalists or if they're just sort of samples again. But they stand out. They're really good. It's a nice bit of electronica, really. The only criticism I would have is I just found it a little bit repetitive. And as much as it was nice and intriguing at the start and all those instrumental elements, I just found that it just got a little bit too repetitive. So a little bit of an introduction of some kind of variety in there would be nice. But other than that, you know, it was okay. It was okay. It wasn't a bad track by any means. So just maybe a little bit of work on it.
I was looking at Carlos Fandango grinning before any of this actually even takes. All right, Carlos Fandango, the owl of.
Darren asked what's
Right,
happened to owl.
the owl of. Dun, dun.
What's it going to be?
Sorry. Dun, dun, dun. The owl of. Oh yes, owl of approval for that one, and that nose has definitely got longer. I'm convinced. Basically, we both like this one. Actually, we really enjoyed it. It was, I think Rob's right. It needs to change up a little bit here and there, but I love that sound effects, the sort of chaka chaka sort of thing going on. That sort of sound with the drums, the rhythmic sound, really makes the song, as well as the dreamy vocals. Yeah, some nice high vocals, some interesting layered vocals as well, and synths and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. I think the bowl has actually yeah, that's all my comments. I mean, the bowl's actually chosen really well.
Yep. It's something very dangly distracting us here, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's mental. God.
you know what? The bigger problem here is that it's kind of impressive, you know. So
Yeah.
that's the bigger problem there, is that it's kind of impressive, but you know, you know, it's the song is nice in itself. It kind of sounds like maybe a couple of people tossed a couple of like MP3 files to each other and kind of like came up with a song. Guitar was really prominent. I did like the guitar because the guitar definitely sounded like the Born Identity kind of like, you know, guitar, like something like it within a soundtrack of a movie, right? So it sounded really cool, and it definitely gave a nice kind of vibe to it. And so I think it could work in the electronica category. Honestly, if you just sample that guitar and you like put it into a beat somewhere or whatever, I mean, I think that guitar by itself could work. But let's not forget the vocals here. Is that she definitely has a nice kind of like rhythm and soul to her voice. Kind of like when people talk about an Olsson. I got to turn you off, man. Can't look at you because
it's quite an exciting voice, apparently.
it is. We'll see how exciting the voice actually was in just a second or two, but a very nice voice, right? But a typical problem here is when a couple of bands get together through email and send MP3s to each other, is the fact that the mixing of the song will end up being a bit incorrect. All right, let's have it.
Into an elephant, I think. I was hoping it would actually sort of go up like, yeah, like a trunk or something. Oh, it does. Crazy stuff. Oh dear. I'm surprised actually that the rubber band held on so well, because I think if you take that off, it wouldn't hold quite so well. No, it's stayed on now, so maybe that's a permanent fixture. Oh God, you don't want that, do you? No, no, you don't.
It's coming off his face again. Oh,
I can't breathe.
Shall I take it off? Should we get it off? Because it looks a bit.
God. Guys, pull it off and see if he cries.
Ooh, come on.
Oh, ow!
He's got little hairs and stuff. I don't know if you can see that there. Sorry. I do apologise,
Oh
Al.
my God, from that was no wonder that owl looks so grumpy all the time. God.
I forgot that I've actually got surrounded in Berkshire. Yeah, a really long nose. I must go up to the.
Oh, you did forget.
Yes.
You forgot that. Conveniently forgot, rather than just put loads of blue tack all over your owl's face and then enjoy pulling it off later.
Hey, I don't know about all this pulling it off later thing.
Yeah, we know.
Well,
we
that
know
was
what goes
supposed
on
to be
behind the
Right
scenes.
now, so I mean, God.
Oh, it's better, isn't it? Well, clean beak of health.
All right, well, go on with the review, man.
Clean bill of health. Huh. Review? I thought I'd done mine. Had I? Yes.
Bill's a duck.
Finished.
Did we already?
I think we did it all, didn't you? You reviewed. We've done that one. haven't we?
Yeah.
So what? We're on to the next one.
I wasn't sure. See, now I just completely lost my train of thought. All right, I'm gonna go have a cigarette. So,
Okay, we'll say goodbye to the owl. We enjoyed. Thank you, Al, for being a sport. Yeah. I know.
Oh, actually said with his eyes, "Fuck you."
Exactly. Did you?
really
I
did
saw it. I bloody saw it.
See, this is a cigarette that I bought for Rob's birthday, but since it's not his birthday, I'm just gonna go smoke it now.
What kind of cigarette was that for my
This is
birthday?
a cigarette, man. It's special. It's special. Don't, please, Carl, don't. Please don't.
Just see if it works. Surrounded the Bergerac thing.
Come on, you got to keep that on your nose. You got to want the same effect. Dangly knob nose.
Oh dear.
Oh. Why is that envy? I'm envious now, and I want a knob nose.
Well, the one I've got up in the loft actually is pretty impressive. It is pretty good. Although it's so long that it doesn't always stay horizontal.
Problems after 40. You know what I mean? So,
Right.
all right.
This was coming from the guy who wanted to end early, and Carl's managed to add about another hour to the show.
There's a last minute thing as well. I just saw the blue tack, saw the beak, and thought, hey, hold on. But when I first tried it, it kept falling off, so I had to put the rubber band on.
You do look like you've come awake again, though. To be fair, since the dangly knob nose came in.
Yeah, no kidding, right? So,
Yeah, I just needed to have a second wind. I think for the last hour I was really flagging, but now I'm all right now. I'm all right.
well, yeah, because for the last hour we've been literally talking about one song. So, well, we talked about one song for about 5 minutes, and then the other 55 minutes were the owl and fucking, I guess, the knob of justice.
When we play that back, oh my god!
Yeah, I suppose what we could do is it a thumbs down, a nose down, or a nose up? If we that does look bad, doesn't it?
It's the other one. It's the one that the owl starts with. It's so knob-like.
So over to you two, and we'll have our break now and see you folks later. Right.
We'll see you soon. If we were live, we would not see you soon. But since we are pre-recording the show, Well, shit, by the time you watch the show, we may not be back. Oh my God. I feel like the owl should have somehow have been involved with the Clockwork Orange.
What do you mean? Like oh, by the way, that badge. Oh, I just had an incident with that. Should be my life just never is straightforward. I just going for a wee break, and I sort of saw a bit of fluff and stuff. And I just while I was going, I just went like that, and of course it just went and it flew off
Into the toilet.
into the toilet, into the pan, and then went to the bottom. And I thought, oh no, what do I do? I'm just filling it up with stuff. And I thought, if I flush it, okay, it's only about 85p or 80p or something. But it's like, but I really like this one. It's like orange. I thought, well,
That's so good. It's only 85% P. So, yeah.
it's a cool one. And so I thought, well, what can I do? So I'm either going to fish it out and then clean up and wash, or flush and lose it, or try and hold it down and flush it at the same time somehow with something. But just fish it out and then clean it up, clean myself up, and everything. It was disastrous. It was absolutely disastrous.
Well, then tell us about the badge, Carl.
Ah, right. Okay. So,
Well,
yeah,
so you have fished that out of the toilet.
and cleaned it.
And then stuck it on himself.
So there it is. It's yes, Alex. The Drew.
And that is going in the show, the fact that he is
Right, absolutely. Absolutely. That's
Oh,
it.
great. Cheers. Should
Yeah.
never open my mouth.
Yep. Not cutting that out. There's absolutely no way. Are you kidding?
Years ago, I read the book and still got it because I kept. It's one of those ones that I thought that's a keeper, and one day I'm going to reread it again. But it's all written with. If you've never read it, it's definitely worth reading. It's a great book, and it's amazing how, because they have their own language they speak type thing. So, and your brain just automatically translates the words as you go. By the end of the book, you're sort of kind of fully conversant in their world and their language, and it's just a fantastic book. Good film as well.
Well, the movie, yeah, the movie itself was just a complete fucking mindfuck, man. I mean, it was just, that was definitely, the psychedelic scene must have been really, really strong in the UK back in the day, because that's definitely it has to be modeled after Pink Floyd's The Wall. It has to be. There's just no two ways about it. The movie was intense, it was powerful, and it was talking about, the subtle, obviously, undertones were the government control and everything like that, which were not so subtle like later on in the movie, but especially when you think about Pink Floyd's The Wall, the actual song is all we really are is just another brick in the wall and everything like that, right? Then that just tells you that the politics and the politicians are just really trying to keep you just like another cog in the wheel, another brick in the wall, whatever the case may be. So I think that The Clockwork Orange was one of the better films that I've ever seen in my life. But I got to think that, once again, lots of psychedelics involved in there, so.
I think it was the other way around, though, because I think Clockwork Orange was out before.
I think that's what
The
Tom
Wall
meant, probably.
Yeah. Oh, is that what you meant? Was it? Sorry.
No, I didn't know that it was out before.
Oh no,
Yeah,
the wall wasn't until, the film The Wall was, I think, about 82. But
don't forget, we didn't see a lot of the stuff that you guys had over there like years back. We didn't see until years later. Like Prodigy over there was very much prevalent all throughout the 80s. You know what I mean? So we really didn't start hearing about the Prodigy until like the mid 90s.
Yeah, Fat of the Land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they'd been around a little bit before then, but
and even in the 90s, I think it was 94 or something like that I heard the Prodigy Experience. That had already been out. Like, for crying out loud, the Fat of the Land came out in 97, right? But that wasn't, it really didn't make headlines until it was Firestarter that was really like top in the charts and everything like that. So stuff that you guys were hearing like years upon years upon years upon years ago was stuff that was just super new to us. Don't forget, we were not living in the internet age.
No, we had the rave culture going on,
Yeah,
and that's where all of that prodigy came from. This kind of rave, this underground rave culture that wasn't even mainstream, and that was very much unique, I think, to Britain, and then it spread out. Yeah.
So
right.
Liam, Ian, fucking Maxim, like they really didn't start making, like we really didn't start knowing them as like household like name brands until you guys had already like well known about them. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things. So Beatlemania, same shit. You know what I mean? The Beatles were much more prevalent in the UK than they were in the US. Before we even knew what the hell was going on. So now with the internet, obviously, the same days that you guys have shit, we have the same shit. You know what I mean? But back then, it was like when you guys were listening to the Prodigy, on underground cassette tapes and everything like that, with people recording it inside raves and everything like that, we weren't getting that until like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 a year later. So I mean, it was just somebody played Out of Space to me for the first time, and I was like, "This is fucking dope."
Yeah.
Like, where the hell is our music, right? Because the whole thing is like we were doing albums like 130, 140, 150 BPM and shit like that. And it wasn't like they were bad songs that were on there and everything like that, but they were basically mixtapes, right? But the Prodigy Experience had already been something that existed, right? And it was the whole album. So when I heard Out of Space, especially, once again, it was just like, wow. Like, where the hell is this shit here? You know what I mean? So you really needed a cool kind of like clique and a group of friends to really kind of like to introduce you into different aspects of music. And we knew definitely, I think, more about the American music before you guys did. So like the Violent Femmes were definitely more prevalent here. Tom Petty was definitely more prevalent here, but Robert Miles was something that people were listening to overseas as kind of like a techno song. Children is the one that I'm talking about, especially here, right? Dun, 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 right? So when you're talking about that, Children didn't really make its way into the U.S. mainstream until about 6 or 7 or 8 months past when you guys were actually listening to it as younger kids. And I remember this girl that I was interested in. Her name was Annette, and she came to the United States to visit. And I was like, "Oh, let me play you a track. Like, you're gonna love this, right?" And so I put on Robert Miles's Children, right? And she was like, "Oh, I heard this like fucking 8 months ago." And I was like, "Well, never fucking mind then."
But grunge, I mean, if it hadn't been for the US and grunge and the whole way that took music into a whole different genre, oh man, where would we be without grunge? We wouldn't have a lot of that kind of modern rock that we've got now without that element.
A lot of people bitch about Napster, right? And listen, for Napster, for what Napster was, I get it. You got music illegally and everything like that, right? But for what Napster was, is just think about if that had never existed. There would definitely be certain songs that you would have never have heard, that I would have never have heard, that Carl would have never had heard. And so to kind of like think about like sharing information on a particular song or the way the song sounds or anything like that. And especially back then, you're talking about, we didn't have broadband. It's not like you could download. It took you fucking 2 days to download a fucking 3 megabyte fucking song. And that's if your fucking internet connection was sound. You know what I mean?
It didn't drop partway through.
You had like fucking DSL, and it was transferring at like 177 fucking kilobytes a second or some shit like that. Downloading a 3 megabyte song was really, really, really a fucking task, And so, so I think y'all remember when when Lars Ulrich came under fire for this, because he basically gave out the usernames of anyone that was using Napster, and then everybody like started boycotting Metallica and everything like that. It's like, dude, like, listen, you're making like a fucking $11 million a fucking second. Like, are you serious? Like 100, yeah, 100 songs gone rogue is not gonna fucking kill you here, man. You know what I mean?
You're right, because Napster was like this way of unwittingly pushing artists even further than they had ever gone before, and they were bitching and moaning about the copyright issues, and you're like, Jesus Christ, you've never hit so many years as you are right now.
Yeah,
you know.
But you know, so for like groups like Infected Mushroom, for example, right? We've talked about them on the show before. You and I know what we're talking about. Infected Mushroom, I would have never have heard before if it wasn't for fucking Napster. You know, the only way that I really know Future Sound of London is through the Wipeout games and everything like that, right? Because they were on Wipeout Excel with We Have Explosive. But you know, but I mean, there's different bands out there that I would have never really known that these songs existed. Like, I mean, I had a lot of friends that were into a lot of different, you know, tastes in music and everything like that, and that's all well and good. But the whole thing is that you know, Napster should have been used as this multifunctioning fucking promotional tool, the same way that Spotify is, because Spotify is basically the same fucking thing, except we can't download the actual fucking track.
No, I think that's where these other streaming services came from. I think Napster was the thing that everyone went, well, hold on a minute. This music is getting out there, and we really need to latch onto it.
Like this is a brilliant idea. I can show my friend, you know, 5,000 miles away, like how good of a song this is, right? And so no longer do we really have that gap where it takes, you know, 8 months to hear a song, whether it be from this side of the pond or that side of the pond. It's just all fucking instantaneous.
That is it. Actually, you hit the nail on the head. Whereas music promotion was all about the record label pushing the music out there, and you know, it was the record label that decided how many records would reach a record shop and how many records people would hear. And Napster turned it on its head, because it gave this platform for everybody to illegally share something, and songs were going out that record labels just couldn't comprehend. They were going, our track has just gone out all over the place, and we're not getting any revenue from this. This is wrong. And they latched onto the fact that suddenly their music had, by the nature of people sharing content, gone out to the masses by sharing, not by pushing, but by sharing. And then they went, fuck, we're missing something here. And that's where all your streaming services came in, and they turned it into something more music label directed.
Yeah.
And all that sharing concept, where we would have illegally shared it and gone, you've got to listen to this, fucking amazing. Everyone was downloading it, and they would go, oh, give me more.
Well, here's another fine print kind of topic to exactly what you're saying, is which part of it was actually illegal, right? Because if we think about it, like the whole thing is that if you came from the UK and, you know, we were cousins or some shit, right? And so you came over to my place and I played you, or you played me, the Prodigy Experience, right? And I played you like Tom Petty's like fucking Last Dance with Mary Jane. Which part of that was illegal exactly, right? Because we all had fucking the double-sided tape recorders, right, where we would hit record.
Yeah.
Because we knew a radio was going to play a certain song, so we'd hit record to get that particular song, right? But the whole thing is that we never distributed it into the mainstream. Like, we're not planning on making millions of fucking dollars. What we're doing is we're just basically, I'm putting it from my ears to your ears.
To your ears, yeah.
Where exactly does the illegal?
Well, that was exactly it. I can remember the conversations where they were going, this is illegal. This is copyright theft. And then other parts of the industry were going, hold on a minute. We have never reached an audience as wide as this now. We need to be understanding what might be illegal and what isn't, because we are going further and further with our music than we've ever done before. And there was this acceptance. There were some going, no, we need to, fine, sue, get money back off these people who are ripping us off. And there were others going, no, we need to embrace this. I actually remember the conversations. They were going, we need to accept it, embrace it, let it happen. You have never reached a bigger audience than you have now.
Mm-hmm. And the whole thing is Rob, I'll tell you this much, is you have no idea how many albums I actually bought off bands because I heard one single track
Absolutely.
off Napster or something like that, right?
Absolutely.
You have no idea, because once somebody like threw me one fucking track or one idea and it didn't download all the way, or it was just that one track that took 2 days to fucking download, I'm like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna go and spend $14 on the entire fucking album, right?
Absolutely.
So nobody had any idea how much that actually helped the music fucking industry, right?
And you know what? If you really liked the band, you would then go, why would I rip them off? I am buying their album. I'm going to pay for that friggin' album. There'd be this mentality that went, no, for this bit of music that I really like, of course I'm supporting them. And you'd go and buy the bloody album.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's how I learned about the fucking Transplants, because of Diamond and Guns. That's how I learned about fucking Gorillaz, because of Clint Eastwood. I mean, there was so much shit going on back then. It was just like, there was still good music coming out. There was still old music that you wanted to fucking hear. But once again, the record stores were never prospering any better than they were back then. It's just because you remember walking into a record store like Tower Records or some shit like that, and they would have like the headphones, like preview this album and everything like that, right? And I truly do think that Napster really led a revolution into buying, know. Yeah. And now you think we have these streaming services which are all on fucking demand, and what's happening? These fucking places are going out of fucking business.
Yeah.
There's no more fucking Tower Records. Let people share music with each other, and that's where the sales will come in, because we can talk to each other about different types of music, as we do on the show here. But the thing is that once we fucking listen to it, it prompts Carl, because Carl's very old school, and Carl will go on to iTunes and he'll actually purchase the music that he likes and everything like that, right? So that's the entire thing, is once we share this music, if we get 100 people like Carl to like an underground song and to actually purchase it for the 99 cents or whatever it costs these days on iTunes, Apple Music, whatever the fuck it's called, but if you get 100 people like that, then somebody just made $100, and that really just might make their day. Even if they make 20 fucking bucks, right? Then that just really might make their day, and they may just pursue that music career even further. So
absolutely.
So the only people that whole Napster revolution actually upset were the people that actually had money, and they were thinking that they were going to lose some of it somehow, right? Because the whole thing is like, listen, you got $11 million sitting in your fucking bank account. You're not losing a fucking penny, brother.
Yeah,
and that's why so many people took issue with Lars Ulrich, and I still think that even despite what happened back in the day with Napster and everything like that, I still think that Lars Ulrich is one of the best drummers on the face of this earth. So I have no ill feelings towards Metallica or Lars Ulrich myself here personally. It's just I think that it could have been handled a little bit better, because if you just go through the logic of being, the young teenager that posts an ad in the newspaper is like, drummer willing to do anything to fucking make it big, and then meeting James Hetfield, and then kind of like progressing into Metallica, one of the biggest rock bands, heavy metal bands on the face of this fucking earth ever. I'm pretty sure that as you go throughout the generations of people, anybody that says Metallica will always have like this inkling, at least, of who Metallica is. So just going from that to thinking like, oh my God, you're ripping me off and you're stealing money from me, is just kind of like, seems very, very shallow, pedantic, and just kind of like, just unnecessary, honestly. Anyway,
move on.
Yes, enough of the talk right there. We could definitely spend hours upon hours upon hours talking about this. The the boys and I have been involved in music pretty heavily throughout our years here, and yeah, we've all, I'm pretty sure, had an illegal song or two, quote unquote illegal song or two in our library throughout the years. But right now we're going to be moving on to track number 9, which is HeliosTheSun. No matter what, Carlos Fandango.
So the person behind HeliosTheSun is Jupiter Morgan. Says, "Hey everyone, my name is Jupiter, and I'm an avid songwriter and rapper. But did I say he's from Oshawa, Ontario?
Not
No,
yet.
not yet.
Yeah, I've said that. So I'm getting so tired now. Really.
We need a bit of humour to wake you up again.
Yeah,
You feed off humour, don't you, Carl?
I think so, but I've had my second wind, and I think I'm just going with my
I
second.
know, I smelt it from over here. It was disgusting.
Yeah, you don't want to get a third wind.
Like the first one, to be honest.
It says this track, no matter what. So this track comes from a core of lack of belief from people around me. Not necessarily a doubt in me, though some people openly project that, but even just a doubt in the idea of being a star and music being a career. Well, we all feel that as independent artists. It says, I feel empowered and confident within myself and my ability, especially considering this is my calling. So here's a song/rap I wrote about that doubt. Don't let anyone ever tell you that you can't do something. There haven't been many comments on this, meaningful ones really, but I thought it was interesting.
If it's a meaningful song, then it's practically going to have no comments at all. I just want to reiterate, this is Carlos Fandango before I met him and introduced him on the Underground Sound here. So
yeah, this is before I had a bit of work done on the old teeth. Now this is my discovery, which was years after I should have discovered it. That when you've got sort of chewing gum, like I think it's Wrigley's. Here comes another advert, and you stick them up.
Chewing gums are available.
Yeah.
Why can't you just go along with the joke? This is Carlos Fandango before I discovered him. No, it's obviously jokes. Folks, by all means, please do visit the video description below. Not only will you find links to all of these fantastic artists that we're reviewing today, but also the very cool Carlos Fandango and Mr. Smart Monkey here, both two different generations of music, both two different types of music, but both of which I think that you will find equally as pleasing. So you have Carlos Fandango with the older school type stuff, and Mr. Smart Monkey here with the newer school type disco, kind of like disco, not like that.
Disco.
I was gonna say. That's why I stopped myself. The clubby stuff, just kind of like what I do here myself. I do not like to promote myself at all. I'm just one of the guys here, but honestly, do visit the gentleman here and show them some love as well as the other musicians here. And right now, another song that's not been getting any love whatsoever, it seems like, posted 1 month ago. 18 plays, 1 save, 3 fires. Hopefully we can change that here on the Underground Sound. This one is called No Matter What by HeliosTheSun.
This one's for non-believers, hey, shout out to the haters. The one who call us dreamers and say we're not motivators. The people who all self-destruct and hearing 808ers. Or look, here comes my grieving trace, I'll see you people later. If I'm too much, baby, better go find less. I'ma be a star, so you better be obsessed. There's gotta be a purpose for this heartbeat in my chest. Following my dream, I can never take no rest. Don't you even worry, I don't have to be supported. I understand my dreams are big to you, they're so distorted. Your idea of my goals is that my brain was have been shorted, but I pour all of my feelings at the moment they're recorded. I live within the shadow that you think you have imposed. In reality, it feeds me and my energy, it grows. You can listen to my power in the lyrics and the flows. If you like what you see now, you should catch me in my shows. Rapping every day and performing every night. Out of this world and taking you up to new heights. All the haters staring blindly like they've lost all of the sight. Remember my name, you're gonna see it up in lights. If I'm too much, baby, better go find less. I'ma be a star, so you better be obsessed. There's gotta be a purpose for this heartbeat in my chest. Following my dream, I can never take no rest. Saying I'm too much, baby, better go find less. I'ma be a star, so you better be obsessed. There's gotta be a purpose for this heartbeat in my chest. Following my dream, I can never take no rest. Music is my passion, it's my health and my security. It's the only thing I have that's born from true majestic purity. From a power so divine, it's my true calling and my surety. To help all the forgotten souls feeling like an obscurity. Stories of the growth and light just going through the motions. Opening the floodgates and releasing older notions. My pain and all emotion, my compassion and devotion. Better keep it closer to the lyrics in this potion. It is my gift, it is my blessing, it's the branch to share my lessons. My struggles and my stress and my truth, it's my confession. If I'm too much, baby, better go find less. I'ma be a star, so you better be obsessed. There's gotta be a purpose for this heartbeat in my chest. Following my dream, I can never take no rest. Hear me when I say, I wasn't born this way. Had to become an open book and be the best me I could cook. They had the doubts and the concerns, how could I survive on what I earned? When will you ever learn? Don't you know you'll crash and burn? But now I'm laughing, I'm living out my passion. Now they all asking, Jupiter, what happened? I tell them, understand me, I'm following the plan. See, the one that saved my family and kept me off the damn street. But legacy I'll leave complete, let's bring the song to that beat. If I'm too much, baby, better go find less. I'ma be a star, so you better be obsessed. There's gotta be a purpose for this heartbeat in my chest. Following my dream, I can never take no rest. Saying I'm too much, baby, better go find less. I'ma be a star, so you better be obsessed. There's gotta be a purpose for this heartbeat in my chest. Following my dream, I can never take no rest. If I'm too much, baby, better go find less. I'ma be a star, so you better be obsessed. There's gotta be a purpose for this heartbeat in my chest. Following my dream, I can never take no rest. Saying I'm too much, baby, better go find less. I'ma be a star, so you better be obsessed. There's gotta be a purpose for this heartbeat in my chest. Following my dream, I can never take no rest.
If you stay tuned throughout that rant that Carlos Fandango, Smart Monkey, and myself just had about Napster and songs and everything like that, I had mentioned a group called the Transplants and a song called Diamonds and Guns. So this, I think, would be kind of akin to that group right there. Smart Monkey, what'd you think of that song?
I really like this song, actually. It's simple. Well, I say simple. I mean, he's picked some really good sample hooks in there that really draw you in. His vocals and his lyrics, the way he delivers them, I think they're really good. But I think the lyrics are really, really quite poignant, and as we know, hip hop can be quite sort of in your face sometimes, and sometimes they find it offensive. There's nothing offensive about these lyrics. It's about someone who's hoping to get there and saying that he is, and he's going to get there, and you're going to see him, and he's going to be a star, and it has this kind of innocence about it. Yeah, it's still got that attitude about it. I really like this. I really, really do. It needs a bit of polish, just a tiny bit of polish, nothing major. But it has a really good feel about it. And as hip hop goes these days, this just takes me back to that early time of hip hop where certain songs would just leap out at you, and you just felt, you just felt a bond with them and go, I really like that track and I really like that artist. And this has it for me. I really enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it too. I apologize because I was going to you first because it was supposed to be your birthday, but you lied to us, said it was the 26th instead of the 28th. So
you won't let that lie, will you? You won't let that lie.
Carlos Fandango, what did you think here?
I was thinking, music that's pretty much the same as Rob. I mean, it's musically interesting. There's some catchy little hooky little bits of music and samples. His flow is pretty good. I like his lyrics. It's a positive message. It's not sweary, and I know some rappers might think it's a bit tame, perhaps, or something like that. But I like it because you can actually follow the lyrics. It's not too intense either. Memorable chorus as well. It's got to be a purpose for this heartbeat in my chest. Stays in your head, and it's kind of a sort of hybrid of, I would say, heavily influence of Eminem, but with also a sort of Tom McDonald feel as well. It's almost like a Weird Al Yankovic doing a sort of Tom McDonald tribute type of song. So if you can think about that, I can imagine hearing that, and this is how it would sound. So actually, I think it's pretty good. I chose it. I mean, it's not my thing really, rapping hip hop too much, but it's occasionally I get these little tunes that stick out and you think, oh, that's actually quite good. It's the ones that are more musical for me that I like. Yeah, always.
Yeah. I totally agree on that. So, again, we talked about this before. It's just, the production is kind of very straightforward, kind of like one take lyrics, and we're gonna do lyrics in one take, and that's where they are. This is a big problem that I have, especially in hip hop, because it seems like layered lyrics kind of like maybe seem like it's only supposed to be like a rock or kind of like or whatever kind of like genre kind of thing. No, believe me, Eminem layers his vocals. You know what I mean? He definitely has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sets of vocals that he's doing, and you work the automation in there, and then excuse me real quick. Yeah. Heard myself wheezing for a second, for crying out loud. And so, then everything kind of like works into the mix as is. But this really sounded more like a kind of like street style, kind of like a what do you call it? Like a freestyle rap, right? Like if somebody had put on a beat and you were going and you were rapping to it, it sounded more like a freestyle rap, which is all well and good because it was still done very nicely. But I got to say that, okay, a pop blocker only costs about what, $10, $8, or something like that. Invest that $8 into a pop blocker. Pop, 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 pop. If you know what I'm talking about with the pop blocker, that's what you need to do, is get rid of the pop, 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 because the pop, pop, pop and the ba, right? Those really create like an interference with the microphone's diaphragm and everything like that. So, invest into one of those, especially if you're going to be, performing kind of like a studio kind of set, where you're trying to record a live session song and you're really trying to make it onto the album. So that would be that's one thing that I had noted here. I got to say, this kind of sounded like with the old school rap kind of thing into effect. It really kind of like sounded like Insane Clown Posse to me, which is kind of cool because the Insane Clown Posse did a lot of cool stuff. They really had a theme going to their music, right? So they had the Great Demento, and they had all their albums seemed to be kind of like in theme with what was going on. So they had a nice concept of what was going on. And whether it be them or whether it be their record company exec or whoever was kind of like managing them, right? They definitely had a good idea of what was going on and what was the route that they should take. So with all that said, I got to say that for the latest rap music that we've heard, this is definitely going to be one of the top ones. Aside from ROM and Mr. Handsome, and I got to say, Dana Joseph still really is just kicking shit with the underground kind of like rap stuff with the floor and with what he's got going on. So I got to say it like honestly. Oh, those were on the 1s and 2s, by the way. If I'm gonna be taking that off the channel like permanently very soon. So if you guys haven't seen the 1s and 2s before, go back and check those out because I need to make room for the radio stuff that's going to be coming out. So, but Dana Joseph is also on the Underground Sound Presents. So Dana Joseph, The Floor, check that out. Even if you don't hear it here on the Underground Sound, then hop on Google and check out Dana Joseph with his song The Floor or Underdog or any one of those, because it's fantastic music, great underground hip hop if you are really, really into that kind of stuff. But for this one, I got to say, good production, good beat, very straightforward lyrics. But again, I would raise the vocals a bit in this point, invest in a pop blocker. Even if you don't invest in a pop blocker, get a ring, put some pantyhose over it, put it about this far away from your microphone, and then look in that direction as you're singing, okay? And then that will definitely get away with the pa 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 and the ba 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 ba. So that won't make those clips in the audio that you hear typically with those letters right there. So that's what I will say, gentlemen.
I think I'll try that with Susie tomorrow.
Nothing like putting pantyhose over your ring.
And going, pop, 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 pop.
Oh my god!
And have a little sing into it. I always find
If you do, make sure that you say, "Hey, Tom told me that trick."
never got me any record sales, but my sex life gone really well.
but then we could do a nice infomercial on it. Is that right? Record sales 0. Sex life. Oh man, I hooked up with 20 bitches last fucking week.
That works wonders. Works wonders through a pantyhose hole. Oh my god!
Really, no. Please, smart monkey, please do go on a pantyhose hole. What's up?
I've even ashamed myself, which is pretty impressive.
The smart monkey has shamed himself. We have brought shame upon the show. all throughout the course of the day here. And unfortunately, here we are on to our last track with another name that I do recognize, the Orange County Death March with Blood Runs Red. This is the remix of it. Carlos Fandango.
Yeah, so Orange County Death March, as we have had them once before on the show a long time ago with a song called Covers. They're from Los Angeles, California, USA. And this one, comments so far have been excellent. Actually, not many comments at all in total. In fact, it's just
there's 3.
I mean, actual comments are 2. Myself and a guy called Scott Wesley have commented, and that's it. I mean, so I think this deserves a bit more than that. Although from 24 plays, it's had 3 saves. So
there'll be more comments from me on this one in a minute, but carry on.
Good.
Well, this is kind of the weird thing, isn't it? Right? So posted 1 month ago, 24 plays, 3 saves, 55 fires, 3 comments, one of which was a reply to one of your comments. Or to your comment, I should say, because I'm not going to consider excellent a comment. Yours was really like a comment, had like a whole freaking, a whole sentence going on here. So yeah, then the other one was thank you, appreciate it. So obviously they knew where to say thank you. So Orange County Death March here, Blood Runs Red, the remix, and it's available on Spotify. That's Bandcamp. That is SoundCloud. That is iMusic, and that would be YouTube, obviously. So we're listed as rock and alternative, giving its 25th play is the underground sound here. Let's check it out.
Cigarette butts crushed on the floor, coffee kind running down the wall. Thought you could go and make me bleed. All it did was give me the ammunition I need. Sitting in the back row, waiting my turn. You put me here, but soon you're gonna burn. One thing that you never seem to learn is that you can't knock me down. I stand firm. I may be on a fire, but not burning up. I come out on top, let there be no doubt. I may be
All right. Don't mind me hitting myself in the head here. Had a funky noise going through the headphones here. So you gentlemen saw my comments there. I'm pretty sure. So Mr. Carlos Fandango. Yeah, you go first.
Okay, so this one was a good show closer. It's probably the most accomplished mix and production of the night. It's a very tight production. There's lots of points of interest, sound effects, vocal effects, details, stop and starts, and so much in it, packed into that nearly 4 minutes. Solid vocals, good harmonies, lots of the falsetto stuff was really good. Reminiscent a little bit of, in a way, of Blur when they do the more rocky numbers on those parts. But I would say, it's good ebb and flow. I would put it at about 8, I would say, of that. And the vocals, actually, although the beat was just a very solid 4/4 sort of thing going on during those initial verses, the vocals, you might have noticed, have got quite a bit of swing in them in places. So I would say Swing Bird like that for the vocals, song, ebb and flow like that. So really good.
They just be right in the middle, huh?
But, yeah,
That was
good song.
that was oddly dissatisfying. I got to tell you the truth. So
I must admit. And your pecker just slid right down at the end.
really did.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah,
well,
your pecker even gave up. Just went.
Well, I think talking of peckers, with these the chickens, so they've got some food to peck here, and I think as songs go, if this was a chicken feed, this would be like that, I think. So yeah, so I think they're pretty good. So basically, these chickens will wait. Say grace first. Ready, and go. So basically, they.
Did you say grace first?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Say grace. Yes. Yeah, they're great, and you can also get them doing it in different sort of inside. You can either swing them around, or you can do that so that they're one at a time, or 3 at a time, all that kind of thing. Oh, that's right, at a time.
Oh, you can get them to keep some rhythm. All right, so that
Yeah, so you can do it different ways. It
that'd be a
depends
cool
which way you
music
swing
video
it, but they can
sometime.
sort of,
Where the hell do you find all this?
I was
shit?
about to say exactly the
Yeah.
same thing. Where
Where do you seriously?
these.
I've
did
been,
you go and hunt that out especially, or you find that in a second handy again?
no, because I'm telling you, no, it has to be. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna find some fucking pecking chickens today,
Well, no,
and then he travels throughout fucking Tunbridge until he actually finds the fucking pecking. I've been to thrift stores before, or charity shops as you call them. I've been to thrift stores. I've never found shit like that. But if I had, then I would have definitely had just about as much shit as you do.
Yeah, I'll be buying it. Up.
Right.
I bought a big
I would be like, wait,
green
fellas.
frog the other day just to compete with it.
But the
Wait, fellas, I got something right over here. This is the fucking. Hold on, ready?
yeah.
It's the fucking shredder of sarcasm.
Now, see that chicken
Got
thing,
up
that
a
was,
charity shop next to me, you know.
no, that was
It's pretty
absolutely,
impressive. You picked it up. To be fair,
I know, right? So
that's absolutely years old. This is, and I had this since the 1990s. It did break at one point, so it's been glued a couple of times. But it's, I think this was a present, and I can't remember if it was a work present or from my then wife. And but I don't know why, but I tend to sort of accumulate these presents. Susie always buys a lot of sort of odd. She's very good at finding these things. She's very good at finding shit online. She sort of basically searches websites with a load of that kind of thing, and she finds all these like odd presents. So I always get the what you'd call stocking filler presents at Christmas, but they're always quite cool. I mean, yeah, that's how I got
because
the.
that's the shit that you like. So
Well, it's like that's how I got the the magnetic bottle opener Millennium Falcon. I'm so tired.
Melanin Falcon.
I said 1 o'clock would be my cutoff, so I've
There
got
you go.
1 minute.
We've got to take it past one. He's more fun than he when he just gets absolutely tired.
Any day now. Mana.
Do, 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 do,
Mana.
do, do, do.
Mana. Okay, so I was about to say fuck Rob for not joining in because he knows what's going on here. Yep.
I joined in running the best bit.
I tell you what,
You get all these kooky things here, man. So let's hear about the song before we go. Huh?
yeah. So I've done my review, so that's fine. I did, by the way, forget to call my bluff again. So if you want to do one quick round
Let's do
before I
it.
fall asleep, yeah, after you've done your comments, of course.
Okay, Rob.
Yeah, it's great. Right, let's go. Call my bluff. No, I'm only joking. I'm only joking. I love this track. I really, really did. So right from those opening notes, it had me, and then it just grew and grew and grew. And this band would be really good live. They've got that feel to their song. The audience would almost be singing the song back at them. Structure really good. It's got emotional value to it. The lyrics are powerful. It just has so much going for it. The only slight issue I had, and it took me a little while to figure it out, and then just on this last listen, I think I pinned it down, is I think there needed to be a bit more lead guitar on those main verses, because it's building up to him. It builds up to him. And it vocally does a fantastic job, and he delivers. And yet there's something just missing in the song structure, in the layers underneath. And I think it's where you would normally have a lead guitarist bashing out some really good guitar chords. And I think they're just not there on this one. But this is I really like this track. Really like this track. So it's going to be in my top 3.
You're muted again, Tom.
You're muted. He's chatting away. Tom is chatting away at this point.
My bad. So kind of like what I was saying is I agree. Then I was saying I don't know if it'll be in my top 3, but then I'm like, okay, yeah, it'll probably be in my top 3. So here's what I liked about it. It's kind of like Imagine Dragons that eat your heart out, honestly.
Yeah.
Imagine Dragons was definitely, I got to think, a big influence here. And there's a really good production going on with this song too, right? Is because there's ad-libbing, and you have the vocal panning, which means that people are paying attention to some automation. So I really got to think that this is kind of like a pro kind of like production kind of song. No doubt, to piggyback on Rob's comments here, is that if this band were performing live, any kind of festival, anything, anywhere, honestly, then people would be dancing along and singing along and everything like that. So, yeah, I do agree as well, is that we need a very, very, very front, very front and vocal lead guitar. It's just one of those things that's missing. It's nice to have that bass going, It's nice to have that bass going, and the entire thing is nicely put together. Once again, folks, this is just constructive criticism on our part here on the Underground Sound, and I want to apologize for Orange County Death March here for being our last song of the evening, because we are working guys, and we are all kind of tired, and we've all maybe had a sip or two of beer. So, we, as the evening rolls forward, we tend to get a little bit more tired, and sometimes Carlos Fandango does a really good job at putting this show together, but for whatever reason, he put all the 2-minute songs in the beginning and ended up with a 4-minute song at the very end, when we knew damn well that we were going to have so much going on in between. I mean,
Well, I didn't realise we were going to. Well, there were quite a few rants, although I did stay quiet during the
Oh, that Saki skit was like fucking like an hour long, bro. Anyway, I gotta say, great job, Orange County Death March
Yeah.
on that song, and honestly, a big thumbs up to all the artists that we've reviewed today. Great music. I gotta say, there's I don't think I've really been like disappointed with any one song that we've heard. There's been a few that have obviously been a little bit more memorable than others, but I haven't really been disappointed listening to one piece of music than I have the other, which is, we've been there before, and it will happen in the future, I'm sure. But as far as today goes, I got to say, are we going to do the top three before we do the call our bluff, or are we going to do call our bluff before our top three? Mr. Fandango.
Well, let's do call my bluff first. Ding, 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 ding.
Straight ding 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 ding. Let's keep it quick. Keep it quick.
You need to come up with that theme song.
No, that's Norrie Paramore. That is from years ago. That's the actual theme song. So it's not a bad rendition either. So as the scores stand at the moment, Tom's on 1, the audience is on 1, Rob is on 2.
Yeah.
All to play for. Now, if Rob wins this round, it's all over, and Birthday Boy wins. And if anybody draws level right now, I mean, the simple strategy for Rob would be to just do the same as Tom, assuming Tom's right. Here we are. This is Wind Egg. Wind Egg.
Assuming.
So Wind Egg. So it's WIND-egg. EGG, wind egg. So is A, another name for the scarab beetle? B, a malformed egg with a soft shell? Or C, an expellation of wind? A wind egg is A, another name for the scarab beetle? B, a malformed egg with a soft shell? Or C, an expellation of wind?
Mr. Fandango, I'm going to have to go with option A.
Option A. And what about you, Rob?
Well, I wanted to go with A, but now it sounds like I'm just doing it to win.
Yes, but if you let's just say Tom's wrong and the audience get it right.
That's good. But I'll
There's
go with
one
A.
level.
I'm going with A then, because I think A.
Okay.
A.
Audience. You're not going for the same way. No. You're going for B, middle for diddle. It is B, a malformed egg with a soft shell.
That's such bullshit.
Yeah, full of shit, that is.
You can Google it. It's there.
I did Google it just before I gave my answer. I Googled it, and that's not what it... No, I didn't.
I love that, but I did Google it. What the fuck are you talking about? I did Google it.
Right, okay.
This is a tiebreaker?
This is indeed a tiebreaker because, well, for
What's
Rob,
the scores on the doors?
for Rob, so Tom's on 1, Rob's on 2, and the audience is on 2. So it's actually between the audience and Tom. I'll tell you what, if Tom answers on behalf of the audience in this one, because it's now a tiebreaker between
It's
the audience.
between me and the audience, not Tom.
Yeah.
Tom's out. Tom's gone.
He's out, but if he answers on behalf of the audience, that's fair, isn't it? That's
Yeah, the audience might win. Tom isn't going to, though. Tom's gone.
Well, Tom's been a bit off form this today, so the word.
His face.
All right, okay.
Oh, I'm enjoying this moment.
I think
See, no one can see his face because he's not making any noises.
Mhm.
okay, okay. Let's go for. I'm not sure about that word. Cloche. So cloche. CLOSH.
Quash?
Is it A, a handbag? B, an old dialect word meaning to bellow? Or C, an old English game, the details of which are unknown because it was outlawed in the 15th century? Gosh. So is it Is cloche A handbag, B an old dialect word meaning to bellow, or C an old English game, the details of which are unknown because it was outlawed in the 15th century? What are your thoughts on this one? I must ask.
Smart Monkey has to go first. I'm talking.
All right. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going
on
A.
behalf of the
I'm
audience.
going A on this one.
You're going for A, and Tom, on behalf of the audience, which is a massive burden of responsibility,
We're going to C.
C. I can tell you, cloche actually means C, an old English game, the details of which are unknown because it was outlawed in the 15th century. The audience, well done. You've won. Tom with 1, Rob with 2, audience 3.
No, but what's the overall score?
Now that means the overall score to date means
Oh, for fuck's sake! Like, what are you talking about? Like, we got the championships coming up soon.
Tom's on 2, Rob's on 1, audience is on 3. Well
What?
done, audience.
Am I on 1? No, that ain't
What?
You've only actually
Our audience is fake. How the fuck is this shit happening?
they're real. They're real. They're loyal. They're real. 1,400 of them.
He's got our audience on the end of the phone. Our one audience on the end of the phone. Going, say, B.
Hey man, what the fuck are you doing? Stop it. We can't play this game correctly, all right? Just cut it out.
Yeah, I hear voices in my
I'll
head.
see
It's the audience, I'm sure.
No. I'll see you for dinner tomorrow. Okay, bye-bye. Sorry, I was on the phone with our audience.
So,
How's he doing?
yeah, is he all right?
Oh, he's doing fine. We're gonna meet up for chicken and gravy tomorrow, you know, so fish and chips isn't working.
Like pecking chickens that made you think about chicken, wasn't it?
Will he be sleeping over again like last night?
Undecided.
Undecided top 3. Oh, the sleepover.
So, yeah, Carl's quick sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes you. Tom's going to have a sleepover when he comes over, I'm sure.
Oh, that's for damn sure. Yeah.
That's why you invited him, though. Come on, let's be honest.
Well, no, that's why he sent Susie away. You know.
Well, I'm hoping actually when we go down to Rob's, we're going to have a sleep over there.
Yeah, threesome.
No, that'd be a nice
Sleepover, yes, that's what I heard.
No, three-way guy cuddle. I get it.
Yeah, we'll bring the owl and Ferrero.
Oh my god,
It's gonna be quite a.
we're gonna get that in depth.
Oh, this would be great. It's going to be quite a menagerie. That's a great word, isn't it?
Menagerie a trois.
It's gonna be absolutely nothing short of a fucking disaster. It's gonna be Saki, the owl, Ferrero, fucking the owl's new nose,
Well,
Carlos Fandango, Smart Monkey, and myself
but don't worry, because what
sitting around a campfire in the middle of fucking Rob's room.
because Owl's gonna
Oh, he's got a fucking prophylactic now. Okay, that's
he's
great.
gonna have protection, yeah, when it comes. So that's all sorted.
All right, top three, gents. Top 3.
Okay, shall I go first? Because I know exactly what I think I'm going to go for it. Right, I'm so undecided which one's which, but I know my top 3. Will give a shout out. I like the Chimps of the Future one. I think a shout out to all the songs, and the Purple Bowl chose so well. I really will be checking out both artists, the electronica one and Jimi Uno as well, Helios. I thought that was really good. Nearly made it into my top 3. I loved it. Number 3, Eitan Selinger with Lonely Trace of You. I think if the volume had been higher, I'll probably get to like it even more. I want to put. Okay, I'm putting Kent Olsson, Weight of Betrayal, as number 2. which means my number one is Vitamin Dream, Milky Way, because there's something about that track that I really like. I'm flitting between the two being reversed, but that's the top three songs anyway. But Kent Olsson, actually, I really do like that one. The more I hear it, I think the more I like it. But Vitamin Dream's got such a good mood to it and atmosphere. It's good.
All right. Smart Monkey. How about you, sir?
Okay, so shout out to Helios and Jimi Uno, which again, like we said, came out of the Purple Bowls, so good on them. Number 3 for me is Yisro Young, Take Your Time. I just like the feel of that track. It had a really good vibe to it. Number 2, as Carl had, is Kent Olsson, What a Betrayal. Really impressed with that. Really, really good track. But for me, the one that pips it, just because I love the attitude of it and just needs a bit of lead guitar added to it and it would be perfect, is Orange County Death March by Blood Runs Red. I really, really enjoyed the attitude to that track. So, yeah, bang on.
Other way around.
What do you mean other way around?
Blood Runs Red by Orange County Death March.
Oh, is the other way around, is it? Hey, Blood Runs Red remix.
Yeah.
That's what I said, wasn't it?
No, well, I think you said, it doesn't matter, but I thought you said Orange County Death March by Blood Runs Red.
Did I? I might have. Might put the buy in the wrong place. Yeah.
No, you might have, but yeah, I was half paying attention, but you might have done that. So
Orange County Death March and their song Blood Runs Red remix.
Brackets remix.
In brackets remix.
You see, this is the thing you see with the grammar police. You can never be off duty, and I think the person who bought this for me just knew me so well.
Yep, yes, he certainly did.
Yeah, very much so. Mhm.
I do like that cup. I've seen that make it a couple of times.
Tom, over to you, Tom. Are you there, Tom?
Yeah,
Tom?
yeah.
Over.
Wow.
Tom, are you there, Tom?
Yeah. Ground control to Major Tom. Yeah, I'm here. Trust me. So, okay, so here we go. I think I got to figure it out now. So, my honorable shout out is going to go to Jimi Uno with Helios.
Mm.
Yeah.
Is that all three of us have done a shout out to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have we?
I think so.
Honestly, I don't listen to you guys when this portion is going on.
You just don't listen to us guys
because I'm usually busy marking my own 1, 2, and 3 and everything like that. Right. So I gotta say, my honorable shout out is just going to Jimi Uno with Helios, because once again, I don't think that the ebb and flow just really developed into what it needed to be like a hardcore cracking song, right? So that'll be my shout out. So now, a song that had a very similar name was HeliosTheSun with which one was that? That was HeliosTheSun with No Matter What. I got to say that for a hip hop type of track, we haven't heard anything that good in a long time. We really haven't, and I might be partial to that because of the fact that we have not heard a hip hop track that good in a long time. So as I was mentioning before. Roman with Mr. Handsome or Night Mizzy with Do This Naturally. We really haven't had a good hip hop track like this in a very long time. So my number 2 spot, I may get some flack for this. But it's going to be Vitamin Dream with Milky Way.
That's right. That's my number 1. So it was a borderline 1 or 2.
Yeah, I think it was good. I just it didn't blow me away like Another World, Another Planet did. Another World, Another Planet really did send you to another world, another planet. It really was on a different plane of itself as far as the song was concerned. And just for listen, minor productions aside, I gotta think that the show stealer today is the Orange County Death March. I really have to think that's the song that really has what it takes to really go that distance and to really make it onto the radio and to really make it into a pop culture kind of song. So I didn't mention Imagine Dragons for no reason. It's just the fact that Imagine Dragons came out of nowhere. They really did. And they really bust through, just kind of like Theory of a Dead Man. Theory of a Dead Man busts through with what was the name of the song? God damn it. Medicate. So Theory of a Dead Man came through with Medicate, and they were just kind of like all over the place. And I really do think that Imagine Dragons did kind of like the same thing. And I really do think that Orange County Death March is right behind them. I truly think that with a little bit of effort, Orange County Death March could be on the radio airwaves tomorrow, as on the rock stations. Because rock stations will eat this kind of shit up. It's a really good indie song. It's a really good pop song. It's really out there. So I mean, the commercial viability of the song is obviously just I think it's unstoppable. So with that, I'll say that those are my top three with the honorable shout out. So, but obviously, great job to everybody because the show has gone longer than I expected it to, honestly. Especially since I saw every song coming up as like 2 minutes long, 2 minutes long, 2 minutes long. We managed to make a 7-hour show out of 2 minute songs. So go figure with that. So I gotta say, big shout outs and thank yous to everybody that has been making the music and that has been putting the music out there and that has given Carlos Fanego a venue to find all this stuff in. Carlos Fanego is, for all intents and purposes, our producer of the show. He does seek these songs out, except for the Purple Bold Destiny songs, which are 100% completely random. And we do look for those on the spot. So please, folks, do leave us your comments. Let us know what you like. If you would like to submit a direct submission song, then please do go on to usundergroundsound.com. Figure out the ways that you can do that there. Get in touch with the host through the video description below. And not only that, but do find the artist that we have been talking about today in the video description below. And also our show sponsor, Nathan Brashear of Monsters Are Real, in the video description below as well. And at monstersarereal.com. And for tonight, I myself Ferrero didn't really make much of an appearance today. So for myself, Saki, Owl, Smart Monkey, Carlos Fanego, and once again myself, I'll introduce myself, DJ XX. I shall bid you a dobranoc.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that's great. And for Smart Monkey, Carlos Fanego, and myself, together we are putting the us back into music.
So please do like, subscribe, and share, and we will find the music that you love to hear.
Jolly good. And do not forget to press the little bell icon on YouTube so that you get all the notifications on whenever Tom uploads new underground sound videos, so then you can discover all this wonderful new music that we lay before your very feet.
Are you not entertained? for the way that Carlos Fanego described it right there. What? I was trying to be forceful with it.
It was very theatrical. I loved that. It actually made me wee my pants, actually, if I was honest.
Did it really?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to go get changed.
Can we see?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
For all parties interested that I had mentioned before, I do bid you once again the bananas.
Keep in touch. Don't be a stranger.
Fine farewell to you, maidens.